Good evening. Welcome to the September 10th school committee meeting being held remotely on Microsoft Teams. Tonight, we have what we think is a little more interactive format for public comment and also questions on agenda items as we discuss them. What it is the superintendent has sent out a link, as well as committee members have posted the link. The link went out to parents, and it is also on the superintendent's blog as well. Committee members have posted it on the various social media pages. The way this system works is you click on that link, and it will take you to something that says live chat, which you will click on, and you simply just type your message at that point, and Tom Wise will be monitoring that for us tonight, and when he publishes that question, it will show up live here and also on the various platforms. It won't be on RCTV. We're going to use that as opposed to email for our public comment tonight. We do have an email that we received earlier to be addressed in public comment, and in fairness, that was sent before we made this announcement, so we will read that one. But for those that are live in the committee now, just know that the link is the way to do it tonight. We'll see how it works and go from there. So so that will be ongoing through the evening. We also have consent agenda, a lot of reports tonight, and then we will have a discussion on the book reading of Everyday Racism. I know that there's a lot of angst in the community, about the lack of fall opening items on the agenda. I believe that a lot of those questions will be addressed in the various reports. The committee we did make a commitment, or I made a commitment that we would do this book discussion some time ago, and it's been delayed because of a lot of meetings that we've had regarding the fall opening. So I think it's a good discussion that we need to have, and tonight we're going to do that. So I appreciate everyone's patience with that. And there is also in the packet a lot of correspondence that came in from a lot of the teachers and community members. All of those weren't addressed specifically regarding the teachers, because I was of the belief that the MOA, which was executed the next day from last Thursday on Friday, addressed a lot of those concerns. So, having said that, I'd like to call a roll call vote. Tom?
Here.
Carla?
Here.
John?
Here.
Sean?
Here.
Aaron?
Here.
And obviously Chuck is here. We also have from central office, Dr. Doherty, Assistant Superintendent Chris Kelly, Student Services, Dr. Stiles, CFO Gail Dowd, and Linda Engelson. And we also have in attendance for the first agenda item on the reopening plan for athletics. We have assistant principal and director of athletics, Mr. Zaya, and I believe that Principal Boynton is here as well.
Yes.
So, and again, thank you to our technology staff for getting this all set up for us tonight. So having said that, I will first have a motion on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda. Second.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, be a roll call vote. Tom?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Aaron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
And Chuck? Aye. Thank you. Now we will start with reports. Dr. Doherty, did you want to, do we want to go around the table like we usually do, or do you want to lead it with your staff?
Yeah, I'm gonna lead it if that's okay, Chuck.
Yeah.
What I want to do first is I am actually going to have Mrs. Boynton start off just giving a few updates about the high school, and then I'll go into the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Kate, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Thanks so much. So I actually have quite a bit to share. For the first 10 days for staff, so as you know, staff are back, both in person and hybrid. Some have been remote some days. We've been participating in a rich array of professional development to better prepare and equip ourselves with really greater familiarity and experience with online learning platforms and tools. Much of that I have to thank Chris Kelly and her team for preparing that. We also had some outside vendors that we used, and very excitingly, we had in-house staff experts who provided PD to their colleagues, which was really, really exciting. The trainings have been well received, well attended, have gotten great reviews, and staff are really busy building their portal landing pages and their Google Classrooms. They're trying out things using other staff as students. So they're really kind of embracing this this teacher as learner opportunity and helping each other out. So naturally, staff are a little bit nervous because this start of the school year, this year in particular, is so unfamiliar. But that nervousness and unfamiliarity is being overcome by this overwhelming eagerness and excitement to see students who we've really missed very much. We haven't seen them since March. And so that really came through loud and clear at our staff meeting today. So for the start of school next week, classes begin on Tuesday. And we will welcome a small number of students into the building and who will be receiving in-person services. Most students will begin remotely next week and for the next several weeks. We'll begin with the day 2 on Tuesday, so that does start with Flex, moving into EFG, and then following the day rotation. Students will be receiving communication through email in the portal. Many of them may have already received communication from their teachers for 2 reasons. One, they'll be told by their teacher if they need to come in to RMHS, to the field house, to pick up books or supplies for their class, keyboards, a digital camera, things like that, or a book. And they'll also be sent a welcome email from their teacher to the class, sharing information about the first session and sort of how things are going to run with class. As many of you may know, students were able to access their schedules this morning. Counselors are working very, very hard to adjust any errors or mistakes with those schedules. In my messaging to families yesterday evening, I indicated that counselors typically have at least a month to work and massage the schedules, kind of how we like to call it, balancing sections, making sure students, holes are filled in their schedule and whatnot. So at least a month. they have typically. This year, because of, and I'll go into this a little bit more, they had 3 days to undertake this Herculean task. We feel very confident that most student schedules look good. We know that there are going to be some things that we have to fix. And so my messaging was to prepare sort of for that, as well as to provide a streamlined process. Since we can't have Arena Day, how are we going to streamline? So we did create Google Forms per each counselor for students and families to fill out. And then we also, in my messaging, indicated there's a level of priority in terms of the need for scheduling. It's a little bit different if you didn't maybe get the elective that you want, but you don't have an English class. So those are levels of priority, like we did with Arena Day, that allow sort of how quickly we'll respond and what goes to the top of the list and what we can wait with. On a normal year, many of you know who are former RMHS parents, the add drop time frame is a good 2 weeks. And so we're probably looking at around a 2-week time frame. We don't want it to go any longer than that for the scheduling process and add drop process to carry out. If there are general questions about portal access or email access, my recommendation would be to either email me and then I forward it along to Chuck Strout, or to email Mr. Strout directly, who can very succinctly help families if they're having trouble with portal access or if they're having trouble with Outlook email access. And that may be one of the issues, not necessarily a scheduling issue. It's like, how do I access the portal? And so Chuck is the person to ask. And if they send it to me, I will forward it along to Chuck. Let's see. On Tuesday through Thursday, we are beginning with a 10-minute community time, and that you will see it happens Monday through Thursday for 10 minutes at the beginning of the school day. That's throughout the year, we hope. So next week it's going to be Tuesday through Thursday. It'll be virtual to start, and it will be using a Teams live event much like this. And so Jess Terrio, one of my assistant principals, has been hard at work mastering Teams Live really yesterday and today, and she has a series of pretty great opening community time events, from what we're grateful for to announcements to a mindful moment. So things like that we're going to be weaving into the day, and you can anticipate in our students and families, and so families will be getting the link as well. So this is a way for us to partner and really bring parents into the workings of the school day, because they'll be able to join us and watch community time as well. Pledge of Allegiance starting our day as well, which is a tradition that we intend to uphold and honor. Celebrating our core values, promoting equity and wellness, all of those will be woven into community time throughout the year. And I met with our student council, one of our student council reps, the president, Molly, and the advisor, and student council is really eager to adopt some community time sessions, which is great. So we talked about having them do some RMHS news every so often, and they are going to be hard at work planning 2 sessions, which is all about how to get involved in student council, as well as our Veterans Day event, which will be part of community time. So we're really excited, and we'll be sending out links through the portal to family and to students to join. So that'll ground us and open our days Monday through Thursday. Counselors have had many personalized meetings with incoming 9th graders. This is the first time that we've done this. And I have to say, it's very time consuming, but the counselors and the families love it. So a counselor sets up a time to meet with the student, parent, and or guardians join. Right now it's virtual, so it's over Teams or Zoom, and they have probably about a half an hour conversation with the student, getting to know them, answering questions. It has been just amazing, and they want to do this from here on out. So it's something that, silver lining out of the pandemic, this has been a really great way to connect with our incoming freshmen. Jess Terrio has also really just taken the ball and run with it with our incoming freshmen, running a really successful virtual orientation to start, and really boosting up our Rocket ambassadors. So we have I believe, close to 90 students who are Rocket Ambassadors. They're upperclassmen, and they have really stepped it up. And not only are they helping out with the orientation and answering Q&A, they are now partnered with a small group of freshmen, are reaching out to them and connecting with them personally, kid to kid, to really help them connect and transition to the school. And they're the ones that are going to be leading our in-person tours on Monday. So we're really super excited about that. And Jess has spent countless hours training them, sharing with them the nuances of Teams and Zoom to really help get them comfortable to help teach our ninth graders. We've also, and through Jess, have created at least 20, so pop on the website to check, at least 20 student and staff videos about all aspects of RMHS. And that was really Jess kind of leading the charge and saying, hey, can we get some, just get some videos so that we can share what it's like to be a student, club, or, we've got some of our departments that made videos too. So really neat stuff. Assistant principals also, both Jess and Craig are partnering together to prepare their grade level assemblies, which will happen virtually. Again, a Teams live event during Flex Block the week of September 21st. So more to come on that, specifically on which Flex Blocks those will be. We are organizing our book distribution. I mentioned the tours before. So students will begin coming to the Fieldhouse tomorrow. And I was in the Fieldhouse just before I left today. Books are set up for students in our AP classes in a pretty seamless and mostly contact-free way and socially distant manner to come in and pick up any books that are available at this point for their AP classes. So those are largely our 10th and 11th grade students. A few 10th grade, maybe in chemistry, might come in if they did not get their book over the summer. Some of our 10th grade AP Chem students did get their books over the summer. So tomorrow is advanced placement classes. Monday, following their tours, so the tours begin at 8 o'clock. I think the last tour ends at around 2:30 or 3. So they're truly staggered half-hour tours, coming in different ends of the building, socially distant. Freshmen will end their tours in the Fieldhouse to get their books as well. And then Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, we'll have the remaining students in grades 10, 12, also students coming back who maybe aren't, they may be taking 2 AP classes, but not all of their classes are AP, in small, alphabetized, organized groups to pick up their books in the mornings through some of Flex Block, that's Tuesday, Thursday, and then Friday morning as well. It will be, if you happen to see any of the pictures or popped by during the locker cleanout, it's similar to that, but in reverse. And the Fieldhouse is set up for that. We chose to do it this way, and I can share the rationale, so that students would not miss the 80-minute live class sessions. And we really thought, we got a lot of questions about when can we get books? We really want books. And while we could have front-loaded some orientation sessions for the high school, we really did feel that most students really do want to get any books and materials in their hands, get to know their teachers virtually, and then teachers and students will be able to work out when those face-to-face meetings will happen over the course of the next couple of weeks, and to not combine for most students other than our 9th graders, orientation and book distribution. With 1,300 students, it seemed to be too complicated an endeavor to do that, and the feedback that we got was students want to get going, and they really want to kind of learn about what the class is going to be about that they're taking. So on Friday, though, to accommodate the remaining students in grades 10 through 12, that's last names M through Z, the short 20-minute class times will be asynchronous. And we felt that was okay because the first synchronous sessions are the long 80-minute, and they'll be making some good connections with their teachers at that time. One thing I'm often asked about is, how did the high school get up and running this year? And what are the complexities? So the building of a high school schedule in a normal year is a super complex process. It does take months to create. And in this case, we had to completely rebuild not only the parameters of it within the system that already exists. So Chuck had to basically build the system from the ground up, beginning in mid to late July. And that was huge. So I have a huge shout out to Chuck Strout because amazing job. So literally recreating the wheel in mid to late summer, which delayed the scheduling process. It was all done, by the way. we had it done. Everything was done. And then when we went to block scheduling and hybrid model, we had to recreate it. And adding to it the complex nature of cohorting. So there were very, very many sort of parameters for students, staff, and courses that had to kind of overlay into the schedule. Students now have their schedules, so that is a good thing. They got them this morning. As mentioned, they should contact their counselor. There's a Google form for help, and I feel very, very strongly that within the next 2 weeks, if not sooner, all schedules will be set, and we're setting a level of priority. We're finalizing some other steps. We're finalizing in-person room assignments, as well as room pairings right now. So we're calling them room suites. If you're a Harry Potter fan, our science department has labeled their room suites in part by the Harry Potter houses. So there's a Gryffindor suite, a Hufflepuff suite, a Ravenclaw suite, maybe even a Slytherin. So they've been creative because the rooms have to be paired together for a primary and a satellite classroom. They're being set up now by custodians. They might need some adjustments over the next few weeks as we look at class size. So if you think about the high school, it's not a single class that uses a single classroom. So A block, you're going to maybe have a class of 26 or 28, and we're trying to get our 28s down. B block, that same classroom, you might have a class of 20, 17, back up to 26. So looking really at usage in that room, and do we have all of the desks that we need? So that's our next step. Also, our next step is to identify available staff, and we're still looking for staffing. We have some vacancies that we're still trying to fill. Once we identify, get our staffing up to par, we need to identify available staff who can cover those satellite classrooms as their duty, and then identify any number of potential additional staff needed. And we would look to the district for guidance for that, on funding sources or whatever, but I'm not sure yet how many additional staff we will need. We have to figure out who's available and who can have a duty to cover a satellite class. So that's really our next step now that the schedule is pretty much done. And then finally, the technology also has to be set up. I just communicated a preliminary number to Julian of camera setups. That number is 41 camera setups right now for the high school, and looking to make sure that that is confirmed with my department heads as I do a sweep of the building and a scan to make sure that every single room pairing that needs a camera setup actually has a camera setup with a satellite classroom. So that said, that's the update. I'm super excited to welcome students back next week. I thank really all of you for your continued support. I thank the entire Reading community, RMHS staff for their energy, support, willingness to go the extra mile. We're all in this together. It's a crazy start of the school year, but I'm an internal optimist that we absolutely have got this. I'm also excited for athletics to begin, and I'm happy to hear and be part of the conversation tonight about athletics, even if it will look a little bit different. It's time for our kids to get back on the field. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, and yeah, thanks. I'm happy to join you tonight.
So thank you very much, Kate, for a very comprehensive and detailed report. I guess what I'd like to do is we don't usually do it this way, but maybe open up, before we go on to the next aspect of the reports, maybe I would like to open it up to the committee if there's any questions for you, Kate, about
Absolutely.
The presentation you just gave. So thank you. Aaron, did you have a question or is that from before? John Parks?
Yeah, first of all, Kate, thanks for all your work. We're already getting emails from teachers, so things are moving forward at great speed. To date, do you know, being the first day of the schedule launch, do you know how many people have reached out with the Google Forms?
For
Scheduling?
scheduling. I checked with Lynna right before we left for the afternoon, and the numbers were at that time, and again, the schedule went live at 10. Some people didn't read the directions and had to be kind of prompted back to look, fill out the form. Lynna had gotten about 20 or 30. Similar counselors had gotten similar numbers. Some of it, though, there was a glitch because some people were asking about second semester. Oh, I can't see my second semester. And that's because some teachers who know the portal very well went in and turned off the second semester view. And so Chuck had to go back in and say, don't do that yet. Let students see the full view. And so it was pretty funny. They went back and forth, and Chuck would turn it back on, teachers would turn it back off. And so he finally sent an email, and at our staff meeting today, he clarified, please let students see this. So that was a good chunk of the forms where I can't see my whole year schedule. So I will find out from her tomorrow when I see her what really, what it looks like. A lot of them were for that.
Excellent. Thank you.
But again, it was in the high 10s, like 10, 20, maybe 30 or so at about 3 o'clock, 3:30 this afternoon.
Thank you.
Erin, I'm sorry, did you have a question, or is that a previous post?
No, I was just making a comment as a parent of an incoming 9th grader when you were talking about the individualized meetings that guidance offered, that how appreciative I was of that. So it was just a comment that really was appreciated by parents.
Erin, thank you. That's a tradition that we hope to continue because it's been just so rewarding for everyone. The feedback has been tremendous, and our counselors too. They were like, this is really wonderful. We love this. Why didn't we do it sooner? Kind of thing.
Carla? Oh, that's a test. Sorry.
Chuck, I'll go ahead and ask a question. It's coming in on
Sure.
the Q&A, and I've heard it before. There might be an issue going on with the Q&A where they're not able to post their name or something else going on. So we'll have to check on that. But the question essentially has been asked 3 times, which I think is the same person, but I'm not sure. If a student has AP and non-AP classes, Kate, Mrs. Boynton, are they only able to pick up their AP books tomorrow, and do they have to wait till next week to pick up the rest of their books?
They do have to wait till next week. That's a good question. Only AP is staged there right now in the field house, and the reason is when we collected books in the spring, there are books in department offices stacked high. So department heads are working to collect those, bring them to the rooms that they need to be brought to. And we did have to set a level of priority, and the AP curriculum it's not stopping, and there's a finite deadline for that. And so we really did just say, if we had to prioritize, let's do AP on Friday, let's get our 9th graders on board on Monday, and then everybody else we will stagger through, knowing that staff knows that not everyone will have their textbook until Friday. And so there's not an expectation that students will be doing work in the book prior to Friday in any way, shape, or form. We just did have to set a level of priority based on logistically what we could do.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add just something to that too? If there is, so we had a couple of requests from families of students who are super nervous to come in, even to get their books. I would recommend that they reach out to their assistant principal to work out a solution to get the books directly to them, whether the parent drives by. We can collect books for those families who are super nervous, and we have done that for 2 families. One student who is going to be remote because one of their children is immune compromised, and so we collected books for that family and are finding a purely contactless way to get the books to them. So if families have any special circumstances, please do reach out to the main office to let us know, your assistant principal, myself, and we're happy to help in any way. And then there may be people who are still away, because if we're remote, there may be people accessing their classes from a second home or maybe from a college tour. Reach out to us as well for those special circumstances, because we can hold aside a book for you and you can pick it up at, at another time, or a collection of books. So please, if there is a special circumstance, please do just reach out and we will support you.
Thanks again, Kate. Dr. Doherty, did you want to jump in for the next one?
Sure. So what I'm going to do, we're going to each report on different areas for the reopening. So I'm going to pull up a PowerPoint. Let's I find it. There it is. So we're going to have Dr. Stice start it off.
Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I do have quite a few updates. And I really wanted to start by circling back to our extended school year summer program. I know we talked a lot about that as the summer went on, because we were literally waiting for guidance from the state down to the wire as how it was going to go. And you all had asked me some specific questions. So I wanted to be able to answer those in terms of the numbers as well. I need to start out by saying it was amazing to watch the teachers and students and how everyone came together to really support each other. The program was run by Allison Wright, and it was amazing. And our nurse manager, Mary, was there. Denise was our front line at the desk, making sure everybody had filled in their survey for their health and that they had their appropriate PPE. And it went so smoothly, and it was such a joy to be there before the students came in person to watch the teachers learn about their own PPE and what they were comfortable with, and then share that with their students. And they literally were doing video tours, walking down the hallway saying, this is the door you're going to come in. This is what it's going to look like. And it was really amazing to get past the kind of planning stages and actually see teachers do what they do best, which is work with students. And we definitely had that happen in a variety of forms. So we did have 33 students that were in person and 25 teachers and paraprofessionals who supported them. Additionally, as the summer went on, because we felt like we were being successful, we also were able to bring in 6 students from the elementary TSP program for short visits, either in small groups or individually with their staff, so they could get back in the swing of coming to school. And we supported 194 students remotely. So there was a nice hybrid of support to get us to deliver those services to the students. And we had 31 teachers and paraprofessionals working remotely. One of the things that we were incredibly proud of was we worked very specifically with the staff and students around their PPE and the new protocols of being in school. And kids that we weren't sure were going to be able to wear masks really were wearing their mask, washing their hands. They were understanding and did a great job. And then we were able to really process with the staff any questions or concerns that they had. Lisa Studer, who is one of our phenomenal BCBAs, was on hand if there were behavioral incidences to process what they were and how we were going to support the staff through that. And did we need to put any additional protocols in place around PPE and making sure everybody was safe? Which was wonderful. We also were able to make a lot of instructional improvements to our online remote lessons and really work with how do you keep the students engaged and really working for an extended length of time, going between independent practice and direct instruction. So we really were thrilled with the outcome. and the number of participants that we had. The other thing we did during the summer was we started to be able to do all of our special education evaluations because the state is still holding us to our timelines, and we wanted to get a jump start. And so Gail and her team were phenomenal and were able to work with us to get sneeze guards in central office. And Anne-Marie Foley, who is amazing at organizing for us, really kept track of the staff that were coming in and using spaces at central office all summer to evaluate students so that we could start right away with our meetings happening. And those evaluations are actually going to continue in the central office when they are not able to happen in schools. And it was great to kind of figure out that some staff really felt the sneeze guards were really helpful for doing the evaluations, and others didn't like them and preferred to use a face shield. And we had all of that available for the staff for the evaluations. As Kate mentioned, there are so many silver linings that we have found that are really benefits of the closure. And some of that are the relationships and meetings we've been able to have. For example, we've really made a nice connection with our CPAC. During the first couple weeks of closure, we met weekly with 2 of their members that rotated through and our school committee representative. And then over the summer, we met several times. And I really feel like we've got a nice relationship going. And we actually had our first remote CPAC meeting, which Dr. Doherty and Chris Kelly also came to. At one point, I think of the height of the meeting, there were 41 people. And they are still looking for members to staff their CPAC board if anyone is interested. And they've also had several people who volunteered to be on the Friends of the CPAC, which has been really good. And if people are interested in not necessarily being a board member, but helping out when they can, they should definitely reach out to that parent organization. They are really invested in making sure everyone is supported and involved. Some of the other meetings that we've had because of this were during the summer, we did voluntary all special ed staff meetings where all the special ed was invited to come and hear about what the state guidance was, and any questions or concerns they had were addressed. And we're going to continue those all staff meetings throughout the year because they were so valuable. We actually did our first one last week. And it was great, and really that cross support of the building principals were there. Mary, our nurse manager, Chris, John, Gail were part of that so that we could cohesively answer any questions and make sure we were on the same page. Additionally, we know that at the CPAC meeting, they asked us about the program descriptions, and we are diligently working on them. We had to put a pin in them when COVID hit because the teachers needed to focus on teaching and learning how to do this in the remote world. But we have added a tremendous amount of research to the program descriptions, and Allison and I have met with every school-based team and talked about their special ed sub-separate programming, what it's going to look like and what that program description is. So our goal is by the end of October to have them all published and out and ready to go. And the staff is really incredibly thoughtful and talented, and Reading is very lucky to have them. Additionally, we are meeting with the team chairs and the teachers, and we had our first principal and team chair meeting this year, which was great. We had it today to really make sure we have coordinated messages, especially as we are planning for the start of the school year. And so we had a lot of talk around where we are at right now in terms of our COVID special education learning plan. And so the state has really told us that we need to make sure we're involving parents, and we're doing outreach, and we're working together to provide the special ed services that are in IEPs. The services will be provided, but they may look different. And so for the past few weeks, team chairs have been calling every single parent and having conversations about what their students' needs are and how we can best support that. And then we will be following up in writing to all of the parents around what that's going to look like, so they have that as well. And we know that it may change. If we have to switch to all remote, what are those services going to look like? So we want to make sure that we are fluid and able to have those conversations. And we also have been doing a lot around PPE and the equipment staff needs. And Mary and Gail and Chris and John and all the building principals and the team chairs have been working really collaboratively to make sure people have what we need. Joe Huggins was making us sneeze guards with his team so that we could get our evaluations done, but we have them ordered and we've been delivering them to buildings for evaluations so kids staff can have them if they feel like that is helpful to them as they do evaluations. But one of the things that we heard from the team chairs that the teachers were feeling anxious about teaching without that additional layer of protection. And we were able to work with Gail and her team and get face shields for every special education teacher and the program powers or powers that need them. And a huge shout out to Allison Wright and Anne-Marie Foley. We counted them, listed every person's name, and delivered them to every building over the past couple of days. And we have one middle school left to do. But everybody has gotten those so that if they need them and want them, they are available and they are in their buildings. And now really thanks to the team chairs hearing what the teachers had to say and us working on that. Additionally, we've been working very hard for specific populations. We've done a lot of talking at the school committee about the clear masks, which we have, but we've also learned that we needed to get some different hearing equipment and some more lanyards and different ways to clean them, which we are delivering to buildings now to support those students. And we are working very hard to figure out how to get Zoom to be closed caption for those students and staff that need that service. We actually ended up reaching out to the state to figure out what they use and what makes sense for them. So lots of planning going into the start of the school year. And if people have not received a phone call, please reach out to myself or Allison or the school team chair, and we will make sure you get what you need. We are also setting up our drop-in sessions again this year for families. We thought that was really helpful, and that's going to be going out in the school newsletters. So hopefully that people will find that helpful. Part of the conversations for the start of the school year have been around transportation. Are families driving students? Do they need access to transportation? And then we know families are worried about what does transportation look like. So on our student support website, we do have all the handouts and videos from the transportation company, which explains how they are seating children and disinfecting the buses for anyone who has questions or concerns. And we are more than happy to go through that with people. The other thing that we were able to do this summer was really continue our training schedule. And we actually added to it. So we were able to do some executive functioning training and technology training and how to access all the resources on the state website that we had not planned on doing, which was phenomenal. But one of the things we were able to do, which is a huge focus for us, is in June, we offered a reading professional development for the school psychs, the team chairs, the curriculum and special ed administration, and the district's reading teachers, with Crafting Minds, which is run by Dr. Melissa Orkin, who is a leader in brain research and reading, and how we really need to be looking at specific reading and writing weaknesses and what are the appropriate interventions. So we did a lot of talking around what are our evaluations, what are our evaluations measuring, and then once we know the specific area of reading that is a weakness, how do we provide that targeted intervention? And we are amazingly grateful that Gail Dowd and her team were able to identify a funding source for us, that we were able to, starting tomorrow, this 18-hour training, which is partly asynchronous, partly synchronous. 32 staff members are going to receive that training, and throughout the year, we plan on providing that training to all of the special education teachers, all the school psychologists, team chairs will be trained, and the speech and language pathologists. So we are very excited to continue that work. And we've also done some training specifically with the Bridge staff regarding baseline assessments. And they are really talented and know what they're measuring. But we wanted to make sure everyone had a common base and call it common knowledge about what we're really measuring, why we're measuring it, and how we're reporting it out, so that for students who have areas and weaknesses in reading that we need to address, that we are taking data regularly to share with parents and inform our instruction. And then for those students who really need assistive technology and communication devices, we are working with Mary Genta, and she is going to be providing training for those special education teachers and speech and language pathologists and paraprofessionals to ensure that all the students have access to communication devices that need them. In terms of the reading training as well, one of the things that I believe was mentioned at the school committee and then again at the CPAC meeting was really how do we create an overview of what is reading, what are the components of the reading rope that come together to make a solid reader, and how do we talk about that, and what can we as educators and parents do to partner to support that process. And so we're really been working with Chris Kelly and her team to create an overview so that we can provide some parent education this year around reading. And then finally, the other thing that we've spent a lot of time with, which has been very exciting, and I know last year I mentioned our proportionate share, which is part of our IDEA grant, that we have to share some of that money with our community partners for students who receive special ed either in a private school or are homeschooled. We have actually developed an amazing relationship with someone in Austin Prep, and we've been reaching out to homeschool parents. And so we actually have a funding source now and are partnering with them around PD for the staff in Reading and for the students and staff in those other settings that have IEPs. So we've been very busy, but I think it's been very productive making sure people have the training and PPE that they need to do what they do best, which is work with students. And it's truly been a team effort for us to get there.
Thank you, Jen. Again, excellent update and presentation. I'd like to do as we did with Kate, open it up for questions before we move on to the next report. Is there any committee questions? Tom?
I guess first, not just a question, but a thank you as well. The work that your team is doing, Dr. Stice, I am so excited to see it and hear it. I've asked about a lot of these things, so I am so appreciative of them as they go through. The assessment, professional development for how to do reading assessments and standardizing that so everybody's looking and thinking the same way is phenomenal. That's great to hear. The training with the bridge staff for baseline assessments as well, great to hear. I'm most excited, as you probably know, about the parent-related side of things, and the alignment to Scarborough's rope. And I was wondering, I don't know if I heard it directly, but I'm wondering if we are, as part of that training, not just explaining Scarborough's rope and the components, but how our tools align to those components. And/or if we're also doing an assessment where we may have gaps from a curriculum tool perspective that does not assess or does not allow us to fill one of those components in Scarborough's rope. So would you spend a minute or two answering that, if you don't mind? And again, so thankful for the work that's being done here.
Oh, you're very welcome. And honestly, Reading has an amazingly talented staff that is really addressing the needs of the students. And I think we are seeing things being pulled together with these trainings and the program descriptions that are really going to highlight and bring some of those pieces together. So we definitely want to talk about the reading rope and Scarborough's reading rope and explain that there are different components to reading. And I know all of you have heard me say, and I know the teachers have heard me say, as a longtime language-based disabilities teacher myself, telling me a student has difficulty in reading tells me nothing. I need to know, where is the difficulty coming from? Is it fluency? Is it, comprehension? Is it a combination of those two things? Because all of those things are assessed differently and then remediated differently. And so we really want to start globally with developing an overview for parents around, this is what we're talking about and this is what it looks like. And there are going to be places that things are not going to change. There are some skills that incorporate in reading that we may not be able to remediate, but we can accommodate. And talking to parents about what are those. And so in this particular test, if you don't see that test score move, that's okay. This is the one we need to see the growth in and why. And I'm not envisioning that this is going to be a one-shot thing. I think it's going to be a conversation, because for those of us who are pretty well versed in reading and the disability areas and all of that, that's one conversation. But if you don't know all the components to reading, you kind of have to start there and understand that reading is not a natural task. Humans weren't wired to learn to read. So it's really retraining your brain to take symbols and associate sounds with them. So I'm envisioning it's going to be a series of trainings that are going to provide that overview and parent education that are really going to get to what you're asking for.
So great. I love that. As you were talking, I was thinking, all of this, a series of trainings that build upon each other, that help build understanding, are critically important. But they also would almost have to be done every year, every 2 years, because the parents cycle, right? And you get different parents each time. So from a reproducibility perspective, are we thinking about maybe a blog by yourself or one of the bridge teachers recording these, a podcast or something that can be listened back on time for the parents or anything else like that, so that it's kept for lack of a better way to say, posterity. And yes, things will change when some of our tools change, but overall, the basics of this, it's not basic, first of all, but the realities of this and how it impacts students and families and what we're doing for it is something that we probably want to keep in a library of sorts. So I'm wondering if you're thinking about that or planning that in any way, shape, or form as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. I think you're right. This is something that we're going to continually have to revisit. And I know the Josh Eaton teachers worked with Lisa Marie this summer to really kind of start to be able to have a PowerPoint and a common knowledge base that they could actually yearly do with parents as to make sure they're understanding. So we're trying to figure out what's the best way to communicate this and be able to have ongoing conversations. And honestly, reading is pervasive across disabilities, and you know, it may be like that AAC with Mary and around communication, but we also know there is an extremely high percentage of students who have been identified with an emotional disability that also have underlying reading, learning disability issues. So that is why it is so important to us that we train all special education teachers and speech and language pathologists and school psychologists and bring general ed into it so that we all have that common knowledge base, and then figure out how do we continue to deepen our understanding and share that with parents so we're truly partnering to make sure kids have what they need.
100% on board with that. 100%. You even hit the next topic I was going to hit on, which comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it the reading problem or anxiety? You know, scientifically, it's kind of been proven it's the reading problem, but you know, they're aligned in many ways, and if we can make sure that those forewarnings, those markers are available, and everybody knows what they're looking for, so that the teachers are not afraid to ask for an assessment even, or anything else like that, or suggest an assessment, right? The parent has to officially request it, but suggest that the parent asks for an assessment, then we can move this ball forward for so many kids, and I'm so grateful for the work you're doing there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and again, a huge shout out to Gail and Chris with her team, and Dr. Doherty for helping us kind of pull this all together and get crafting minds in, and really have an outside expert in the field really guide us and explain the changes that have happened over the last several years. And she was even gracious enough when we said, can we differentiate the professional development so that the preschool teachers get the overarching understanding of what's happening, but then really focus on what do they need to be doing for all students to develop their skills, so that we're practicing some of that phonemic awareness and sound play into our daily lessons. And they were very excited to do that for us. So as the year goes on, we're really looking forward to growing together as we do our PD, and I'm happy to come back and talk to you all about it as it evolves.
Chuck, I have one more, if you'll indulge me for one more question.
Sure.
Dr.
Yeah.
Stites, if you'll indulge me as well. The other side of the equation is those children that maybe make it to high school or late middle school. They're in the late identification process or late remediation process. Can you talk a little bit about anything we've been able to do there with Dr. Orkin or anybody else, and any plans or changes that we have in the works there, if anything, or if it's still under analysis and whatnot?
So we are definitely are looking at that, and a part of starting with the students in the Bridge program around getting that baseline data is really going to help us programmatically as we go along with all students eventually that have any kind of reading disabilities. But we are very fortunate to have two team chairs that actually have an extensive background in teaching reading. We have Renee Lamaro, who we just hired, who's a team chair at the high school, who is a certified reading teacher and a speech and language pathologist, and has been trained for a few years under Dr. Orkin. And we also have Shayna Goldwyn, who is a team chair at Josh Eaton and Killam. And she actually has her PhD in reading and worked on actually norming the CTOP, which is a test we often use as we look at reading disorders and weaknesses. And so as we've been finding students that are not progressing the way that we would think, we're actually going right back to the team, looking at all the data we have on the students, filling out our assessment chart that we received from Dr. Orkin, going back to families, asking to do additional assessments if we need to, and then really using our 2 in-house experts to say, do we have the right instructional match for these kiddos? What do we need to do to make sure they're making gains right now? And how are we going to progress monitor that? And so not only has the administrative staff been amazing and the team chairs and school psychologists really jumping in to support that with the speech and language pathologists, but the teachers are just like, all right, perfect. Now I know this is a place where Wilson or Gillingham is going to meet the students' needs, or this is a kid who really needs Ravo or Language Live. And so we're making some of those instructional shifts right now for students as they come up, as well as building our capacity as a district.
Great. Carla?
Hi, Dr. Stice. Thank you for your presentation. I'm so happy to hear about the reading specialist at the high school being hired. That's really good news. Quick question for you. In terms of the high need students going back to in-person school on Tuesday, are we still on track for all that happening across the district?
Yes, we are. We've been in conversations with the parents. The team chairs have been calling them. The teachers have been planning for them. As I mentioned, we've been dropping the PPE right off at the building, so teachers have it if they feel like that they need it. And a lot of these high need students that are coming back on Tuesday also were in our in-person summer school program. So for some of them, we are just continuing that work. And for those that this is new to them, we are making sure that the school nurses and the behavioral staff is available to support them and answer any questions.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Jen. Great job.
I think Aaron.
You're welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron. I missed that.
Thank you for all of that, Jen. That was a very lengthy and specific report, and it was great to hear all the work that is happening. I'm just curious how many kids fall into that high needs category. How many kids are going to be in person across the district?
Oh my gosh, the one number I don't know off the top of my head, and I should. I will get you that specific number. We've been calling families, and it's literally changing on a day-to-day basis because students that we identified as high needs, families weren't necessarily comfortable having their students come in. And so we are still kind of working out some of those kinks, but I will absolutely get you that number as we roll it out. But in general, a rule of thumb, it has been the students who are in programs. So the TSP students, all of the C programs and the Bridge program. And then there were other students that have been identified at the school-based level who might need additional support to be in more than others. And one of the things that we've been offering is if parents are feeling like their student really needs to receive their special education services in person, they're more than welcome to bring their children in for that period of time that they're being offered. So if you have, 30 minutes a day of reading and you don't think your student is going to really engage remotely in that, they can bring them into the building and be with their special education teacher in person for that instruction. So for the next school committee meeting, I will have a breakdown on all of that for you.
Thank you, Jen. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jen.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Tom, there wasn't anything in the other side?
For Dr. Stice, no. There is one for when Dr. Doherty does his stuff coming up soon.
Okay.
And Chuck, do you want to, since we announced this late, do you want to go back to that public comment that maybe Mrs. Boynton can answer with regards to, or Dr. Doherty can answer with regards to cohorts at the high school?
Sure. You want to read that?
Sure, I'll just read that quickly. Good evening. I have 3 children at the high school and have 2 questions about cohorts. First, in a survey this summer, families were asked if they would like their children to be in the same cohort or not. We requested that our children be in the same cohort, but they have been assigned to different cohorts based on their grades. Would you explain why this happened, please? Second, if all 12th graders, for example, will be in the same cohort instead of split between cohorts, how will social distancing be achieved in classrooms without doubling the number of teachers? Thank you very much. Amelia Devon Friedman.
Yeah, Kate, you want to answer it, Kate?
Sorry, I'm mute. I can absolutely answer. We had a difficult decision to make in terms of cohorting at the high school, simply because of the complexities of the building and based also on teacher schedules. It was some of it, the 9, 10, and 11, 12 cohort was one way that we felt that we could accommodate the requirement to have half of the students in the building at a time, as well as be able to provide for the synchronous in learning sessions that were to take place when students were remote and teachers were remote. And so in conversations with Dr. Doherty over the summer, as well as my leadership team, this was the best out of not a great selection of choices, quite frankly, for us to be able to provide in-person robust instruction as well as remote synchronous instruction for those remote weeks if we had to have every other. And so at the high school level, Dr. Doherty and I did understand and know that there may be some families whose children fell outside of the same cohort, and we felt at the high school level, of all of the levels, that was where that could be most accommodated, if you will, and certainly not perfect, and certainly there would be a strain for some families to accommodate the need for social distancing. Much like other grades, we are providing and creating satellite classrooms for which we are providing and identifying additional staff. So it's in-house staff who can supervise that the satellite classroom as a duty, and then we are in the process of identifying if and if so, how many additional staff we may need to supervise and cover those satellite classes. So that's how we are maintaining and ensuring for social distancing, is that we have classrooms that are partnered together in classroom suites. Classes will be split into the 2 classrooms, ensuring for the 6 feet of social distancing and adults in each classroom.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, Dr. Doherty.
Yes, we're gonna move on to Chris Kelly. She's gonna do the learning and teaching piece.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Chris.
So I as well have a pretty lengthy report. So I will start with our training opportunities. As you know, we were granted 10 days to help onboard our teachers and really set them up for success. As our team, the learning and teaching team, really started to think about how we're going to plan these 10 days, we really prioritized the following. We looked at professional learning related to health, safety, and social emotional. We looked at professional learning related to anti-bias and equity in our work. We looked at professional learning related to new technology tools and platforms, especially geared for remote learning. And within that, we took those 3 overarching themes and we said, all right, where does our content fit in those? So all of our onboarding in the last 10 days have really centered around those overriding principles. So towards that end, we had a series of district days and building-based days. As mentioned, our first day was a district day, and that was, of course, a welcoming address. We then focused on that social emotional and the health and wellness piece, and our staff were treated to presentations by nurse leader Mary Juliana, as well as a social emotional team that was headed through various members in the school department, but really worked all summer with Mary Juliana and Dr. Stice, and they did a fabulous job. The nurses at the building level then followed up with specific building-based questions and the regular training that goes on every year. The second building-based, district-based day was on equity and really sort of unpacking that lens. And we were in for a huge treat with Grant Hightower, our Medco director, who put together an hour-long presentation, which I know some of you school committee members were able to attend, called Courage, Vulnerability, and Decentering Further Equity Questions. And it was really, really well done and well presented. And it really helped us develop a common language around looking at equity under that lens and really all types of equity and giving kids what they need. Sort of coupled with that, we are starting a year-long theme of working on UDL philosophy, which is Universal Design for Learning. I think I mentioned that at the former school committee meeting, and that was really looking at multiple methods to instruct students, but also multiple methods to collect information so that we have rich ways to find out what kids know. And we are in the process of training some trainers, and we're going to be moving on that this year, as well as providing a Reading Institute course. The first step with that is that we did hire an outside consultant who is a specialist in UDL to create a webinar so that, again, we could provide a common language. After Grant's presentation, each building's leader and their leadership teams, or some of them have equity teams, developed further conversations at the building level. And some of them spearheaded those conversations themselves and put together an agenda. Some of them worked off of some questions and protocols that Grant suggested. So that was our second district day. Our third district day was our we're calling it our technology kickoff, if you will. We started the day with a presentation that I provided, some of which you will see. We have a shortened version of that we're going to be sending out on Instagram, and we can give it to school committee members to deliver on Facebook, as well as on Twitter. And it really talks about the exciting parts of remote learning and really looking at this as a wonderful opportunity. I want to give a huge shout out to Anna Cuevas, who is our video tech teacher at the high school. She works for RCTV, and she helped film that and worked on the editing, as well as we do have a lot of staff and even some student cameos in it. And Mrs. Terrio at the high school and Matt Darling at Coolidge also helped facilitate that. So then after we did our remote learning kickoff, we have had a series up right now. We're at about 18 drop-in sessions using the new tools that we were able to provide. Some of them are not brand new to us, and some of us are new to us. And I just want to give a huge shout out. We worked all summer on a few different groups. We had a continuity of learning team group that really helped us identify our path moving forward about if we were in a remote or even a hybrid setting, like we hope to accomplish, that we could really provide a lot more of a robust learning environment. That team worked really hard on researching best practices, scouring the surveys, and really coming up with some strategies. In addition, we had a platform committee, which included members of our tech team, as well as our IT team, as well as myself, Heather Leonard, who is our STEM coordinator, who's really done a lion's share of this tech work. Towards that, we were able to put together what we're calling our virtual team. That virtual team is comprised of our building leaders, and in some cases they're assistant principals and principals. Our integration technology specialists, we have 4. I know Ms. Boynton mentioned Chuck Strout at the high school. We have 1 at each middle school, Matt Darling and Meg Powers, and Kathy Santilli, who they all do a fabulous job. Kathy works at the preschool and at the elementary level. They, along with teacher leaders at each level, we had an elementary person, Karina Becker, we had a middle school person, Robin Farazani, and a high school person, Ray Albright, all who volunteered their own time, along with our tech folks, along with our building leaders, along with Heather and I, to work with Carrie Gallagher, who is a consultant in remote work and virtual learning, to really develop our why. Like, where are we headed? How are we going to do this work? So towards that end, all of our tech training center around that, of giving the tools time to really practice and play, giving teachers time to really learn about these tools. We will be using Google Classroom again, and we have been providing additional trainings on Google Classroom, as well as a way to say to the teams, let's set up Google Classroom so that our families and our students really know their way around the Google Classroom, and really look at having a landing page that includes things like, where do I go for help? Where are my assignments? What's the schedule going to look like? So parents will see an enhanced look on that. We also provided training on Zoom, which is one of our new synchronous learning tools. We will still have the Microsoft Teams, which we did a lot of training in the spring for. We are also going to be offering parent trainings, especially around Google Classroom and Zoom, which will be our major 2 tools that you will be accessing and students will be accessing. We were able to identify a funding source, and with the help of Gail Dowd and her team, we were able to apply for some COVID-specific funding that was able to allow us to purchase some tools that I'll tell you about that are really new to me, not new to everyone in the district. We were able to purchase Edpuzzle for the entire district, Pear Deck, and Seesaw. And each of those tools were chosen based on feedback from other communities, feedback from other folks that have used it. Edpuzzle is a web-based interactive video assessment tool, and you can crop and clip things. I know some of the high school teachers already had a lot of aptitude in Edpuzzle, and they've been leading the charge. And as Kate said, we've been just so proud of our teachers leading teachers. We were hoping that that kind of cross-pollination and percolating and collaborating would happen in these 10 days, and we sure have seen that. We also have Pear Deck, which is so exciting. I went to a Pear Deck training today that we were able to offer with Karen Janowski, who lives in town and is able to help us with some of these tools that are new to us as we build our own in-house experts. And Pear Deck makes Google Slides interactive. It allows you to poll and question. It asks for prompts. It gives teachers really good data in real time, but it also provides both synchronous excitement and robust in our remote learning, but it also provides data when you do asynchronous, like do you need to know more about this? How do you feel about this? It really does provide that setting. These tools are new to most of our staff, and we are going to be rolling them out in the weeks ahead. We've told teachers that we're giving them time to use what is familiar with them and really build this robust nature as they feel comfortable, but we're going to be continuing our training on that. We also purchased, because again, we were able to find a funding focus for that, and we were able to purchase Seesaw for the year. Seesaw is another one of those unbelievably robust and exciting tools that we purchased for pre-K to 3. It's typically geared for younger students, but it really allows for student engagement. One of the things that we're excited about it is that we're going to be working with teachers to help embed this into the Google Classroom so that they can work really to allow for greater independence, especially with our youngest learners, so that parents don't have to try to focus so much on the Google Classroom, but students may be able to click and say, all right, here's Monday's lesson on reading. I can click right here on the Seesaw link here. So we're excited to start working on all of those tools. Again, a huge shout out to our virtual team who have really stepped up and become the experts in some of these tools. In addition, we have, as I mentioned, we've had up to 18 drop-in sessions this week on other tools as well. Well, those were just, the 18 sessions were just for Google Classroom, Zoom, Edpuzzle, Pear Deck, and Seesaw. We've also had a lot of curriculum-based tools that are either new to us or new to our programming, such as Actively Learn at the middle school, which is a reading online program, Newsela, which was purchased K to 12, which is also an online, they have tons of articles, a lot of current events, a lot of history, a lot of social studies, certainly things on science and ELA for sure. We were able to identify a funding source and get some more training for our STEM Scopes program, which is used at the middle school. It's also used at the high school, but we did middle school training today. As you know, we purchased National Geographic in the last few years at both the 6th and 7th grade level, and we just purchased 9, 10, and 11 books. And they have a robust online feature, so we were able to provide some training with that. And then we were also able to provide training for the new Pearson books that were purchased in math, the Envision books for 7 and 8, as well as Algebra 1. So we've had a ton of training. One of the things that we are really excited about is we were able to set up a virtual Google site where all of our trainings are recorded, they're posted, the online trainings that, like, for instance, Seesaw has so many of their own trainings. We posted everything in a place that staff can access it. Now, we do know that we still have a lot of work to do around that, and we are in the process of planning some parent drop-in sessions that we will definitely have Dr. Doherty send out information on that. But we're really excited about our training. We know that it's a start, and we're going to be doing some feedback with our staff and with our principals to say, all right, what do we need to focus on moving forward, especially around our hybrid and remote learning and using some of these awesome tools. So that's the first thing that I wanted to mention. The second thing is about remote kindergarten. As we started to build our and identify, you know, where students would be. And as you know, in the past, we have had our full day kindergarten option, and we have had several half day. The last few years since I've been in Reading, we've had 2 half day classes in person, I believe at Josh Wheaton and Killam. This year, because of COVID, we offered a remote kindergarten experience if families felt that that was a better choice for their family. I believe we have 28 students currently. I think that's the number. Is that right, John? Sorry, I didn't write that down. He can
Sorry,
check.
yes, 28.
28 students. So we are in the process. We just finished interviewing for a remote kindergarten teacher. This teacher would teach 2 sessions, a morning session and an afternoon session. It will be full remote, but they will technically be Joshua Eaton students. Mrs. Ippolito has been working on looking at resumes and interviewing with me, and we will be working with our new remote K teacher on giving them all the tools and training that they need to get them onboarded very quickly so that we are ready to start on the first day of school. All of those remote K students will be screened at their home school, what would be their home school. For this coming school year, they will be, they will receive communications from Joshua Eaton if they have to call in sick, because we do have to take attendance even with remote students. They would call in the Joshua Eaton office. All of that information will be coming, as well as communicating with those families to let them know about the new teacher once she is officially hired and onboarded, and what their schedules will look like. But what we're looking at is 5 morning sessions. Approximate times would be 8:30 to 11 for the remote K, and then the afternoon sessions would start afternoon and go to about 2:45. All sessions in the morning will be Monday to Friday. There will be 5 sessions a week. The afternoon sessions will be 4 sessions a week, Monday through Thursday. And Friday afternoons will be planning time and professional development time, as it will be with other departments as well. And then halfway through the year, we haven't had double sessions in a few years, but in the past, this is how it worked. After Martin Luther King weekend, we would flip-flop so that the morning sessions would be the afternoon, and the afternoon sessions would be the morning, so that families would have 5 for half the year, 5 sessions a week, and other and some would have 4 for half of the year. But we're really excited about our candidate, that we're moving forward, and we'll be expediting the hiring so that students, after they're screened in their home school, we should be up and running for remote kindergarten starting on the 21st. Extended day program, as we start to phase in our students in our hybrid offerings, we are fully intending to continue with our wonderful extended day program, which will run before school and after school sessions. Monday through Thursday. We will not be running extended day on Friday afternoons due to cleaning. Some students who are in person on Friday mornings, we are still working out the details around that, but Friday afternoons, we're going to have a very small crew here on Fridays anyway. The kids that will be here on Fridays will not be able to, we won't be able to offer extended day. Right now, we are offering K at every school, as well as pre-K. They will be starting. The K students will start on the 21st after the orientation week, the kindergarten screening week. The pre-K students and any other students who are in full-time that are utilizing the extended day either before or after school due to their programmatic and they're in person, they would start next week on Tuesday the 15th. Right now, we have 66 students signed up at 6 schools, but we're still waiting to hear back from a few families. So if you are a preschool or K student or a student who, because of your programming needs, will be in person, please contact us if you registered already, or if you didn't register, we may have spots available. We will then plan to add extended day as we start bringing in-person weeks back. So if first grade or second grade, when they come in, they would be offered, we would continue to offer our pre-K to 5 extended day, both before and after school on Monday and Thursdays, and Friday mornings if the students attend on Fridays. Let's see, the next thing we're going to talk about is Medco. Again, Grant Hightower, second year in the role, does a phenomenal job. He, as well as the building principals, have welcomed 13 new families into our Reading community. So we now have 78 students in Reading, and we are going to have students all the way from K to high school. He is really excited that the Friends of Medco are partnering with a parent group, an anchor group, and they're sort of building a team together. So that's kind of off the ground and started to run. He, as I mentioned, has been really leading the charge with staff training. He is also going to be building a Reading Institute course on equity and race that will be offered after school hours for our staff as they want to learn more about that. So he's in the process of putting that together, and more information will be coming out about that. He is supporting teams at all levels. I think he's been working with every single principal and leadership team at some point or another. In particular, he has been working really closely with Craig Murray, one of the assistant principals at the high school, and they've been working with students support team that are supporting the equity changes that they're excited about, as well as working with staff members. So we're really excited about our beginnings with Medco. And Grant has been working really hard with transportation to make sure that all of the requirements to keep kids safe on the buses are being met. And he's been in very constant communication with our Medco families. And if any of the Medco families who are watching have any questions, they should certainly reach out to him or their building principal. And then lastly, parent trainings. Most of our parent trainings, and at least initially, will be centered around technology. And we will be publishing drop-in sessions and the theme. So there will be, we will also, I know building principals just emailed, they are sharing some documents of how to access Zoom, how to access Google Classroom. So those things will be coming out. We have heard that we're bombarding families with a lot of information right now. So we don't want to bombard too much, but we will be getting those documents out. And a huge shout out to the building leaders who have been working really hard at trying to not only work on staff trainings, but really look at that parent piece. We will definitely be offering parent trainings in all of our tools and platforms.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chris. That was excellent. Lot of information. So I'd like to open it up to the committee first, and then I know we have some community questions as well. Is there any committee questions? Tom?
Chris, thank you so much for that detailed update. It seems like each one of these is going about a half hour or so right now. So much to talk about. One of the questions I keep getting asked, and one of the questions I'm very curious about, is catching up from the spring, and whether or not, I know you and your team were working on figuring out what was going to be necessary there. DSE is putting out guidance. Can you spend just a few minutes on what if anything we're doing to try to catch up from the spring across the different grade levels?
So I'm respectfully going to ban the term catching up. So there is no catching up because we're kind of all in the same place. Respectfully, I think what we're looking at it as, again, my background, I'm also an early literacy person. So when I think of developmental processes, right? I think of meeting students where they are and building that road together. So I think what we've said to staff and certainly my beginning message talking about technology was we're going to start with Maslow first, and then we're going to move to Bloom, right? So we're going to start with meeting kids where they are, doing a lot of check-ins. How are you feeling? Do you have all the resources you need? Do you have the tech? Do you know how to use the tech? Where are you? And then we are going to continue that process, and then we're going to start moving into that higher order thinking skills and really doing that dipsticking of what was mastered, what wasn't mastered. Our teams at all levels, one of the things that I forgot to mention, a few things, I have pages of notes here. In addition to our drop-in tech sessions, we also had department meetings, content meetings, grade level meetings, our department heads, our curriculum leads, our building principals. Allison and Heather in my department, they have been meeting with all these teams to ask those questions, looking at our curriculum and looking at the guides that have been published and the ones that aren't yet published but are really close to being published, and really saying, okay, what are our essential skills? What was mastered in the spring, and where are we? And what might we say, you know what, this is a nice to have, but we need to move forward. We have been told by DESE that we have to follow the state standards for this year. So, 9th grade English is 9th grade English. So if 8th grade English didn't get to X, Y, or Z, and I'm just using that as an example, shout out to the English teachers. But if we didn't get to certain things, we have to quickly do some teaching around that. So if, for instance, if we were doing research projects and we didn't get to an annotated bibliography the way we might have in 9th grade, and now in 10th grade, we kind of need that skill to do our research project, we're going to have to do some of that. And those are the questions and concerns, and really the inquiries of how does that all fit in that have already been started and will continue to be started. Right now, we're just trying to get our teachers up and running, but they are well aware and already having these meaningful, they're literally taking some of their documents and highlighting and really color coding of where we are. But I think it's really a question of where are we and where do we need to go, and really building that bridge together and looking at that developmental lens of how do we get kids where they need to be, because we're all on that developmental continuum. Sorry, I don't know what that bang was.
Chris, what's that?
Go ahead. I was going to follow up, but you beat me to it, so go ahead.
Chris, you may have mentioned it when you spoke of extended day and I missed it. How is the staffing relative to that going to look? Do we know?
So right now, because we have a smallish number, we're just really going to have our preschool and our K and a handful of other students across the district. As I said, we have 66 confirmed. Over 6 buildings, that probably looks like 2 staff members per building. As you know, we did have to furlough some of our extended day folks, so we'll be bringing some of them back. As we bring more and more kids back and need to increase our staffing, we're going to be looking at that. But right now, we're going to be, I know Chris Nelson and his team has been really working at trying to do what's safe and secure as far as staffing, but also looking at it, we have small numbers right now. So that program is self-sustaining.
All right. Thank you. Tom, I'm sorry when I interrupted you. Did you have something else?
No, yes. So I was going to say, just to recap that, Chris, really is that it's a moving. First of all, we're not catching up. I get that. Fine. But it's a moving bar to a degree. We don't have we haven't been able to, and it doesn't really make sense because each different grade is going to be at a different place. We don't have an updated map or anything else like that or guide of what you're supposed to do in certain orders because you have to assess what was missing from the previous and then work your way from there, essentially, right? So it's a little bit more dynamic process than maybe a regular year where we knew where we were starting.
Currently,
Would that be a
yes.
fair summary? Okay.
That's a fair summary.
Okay, so then I have one more question, and it's a complete 180 from this question, or whatever, is a little bit more technical. I'm asking you because of the technology side of your conversation, but maybe if somebody else needs to answer, be fine. I asked this in the spring as well, and with all of the technology implementations here, we do have a policy that K through 4 kids do not get email accounts. And I'm curious if we need to revisit that policy because we need it for part of these remote learning sessions, or if we're going to keep that policy in place and the parents will be the ones logging into Google Classroom and things like that.
So I don't have a complete answer on that, and I don't want to misquote. I think in the spring, we actually extend, and I apologize if we should have had a policy change. I believe that 4th and 5th grade students did log in under their own accounts last year. I believe that the K-3 still used parent access with that. The codes were sent to parents and then they accessed it. I think that's where we're headed this year. I think we some of our tools allow us to upload our student information, but we are not planning on giving the younger kids an email address. We are going to be using Plus portals for communication with families, even at the elementary level, which I know hasn't always been done, so that we can keep better track of families that we're not hearing from, or, you know, if they're not getting their information, we can track that. But as far as, we don't have any plan to give our littles, as I call them, email addresses. There's just a lot more to digital wellness with that, and I don't think we're ready for that.
Thank you. So I guess that, just to recap then, Chuck, we probably need to make one minor change to the computer network internet acceptable use policy.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
Check that. I know we talked to, I just want to say, I can't swear that 4th graders were given email addresses. I know that was discussed. So I can double check that before we make that policy change, but
Yeah, I wrote it down to follow up on it. Thank you. Aaron?
Hi. My first grader last year was given email, I believe, because that's how we logged into Google Classroom for him. This isn't what I raised my hand for, but
I don't think it was. I don't think it was active. I don't think they were given an account like a Reading student, but they weren't. They weren't allowed to email. Like that. That's the difference. They all have a Reading email name, but they're not open.
okay.
It makes sense.
We certainly didn't test it out for email.
Yeah.
So, my question is regarding kindergarten. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you were explaining.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still offering half-day in-person kindergarten?
Yes.
Okay.
We will have 2 half-day. I know it's late. John's going to look at the numbers in a later slide, but we will have 2 half-day sessions, one at Killam and one at Joshua Eaton, as we have. And different schools, kids go to those 2 hub schools for the half-day K. So we still have, so this coming year, we will have 3 half-day teachers. One that will do the remote double session. She will have 2 half-day classes, and then we will have 2 half-days, one at Eaton and one at Killam.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure we weren't.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't forcing our half-day families into full remote if that wasn't what they wanted. So thank you,
No,
Chris. I appreciate
the
it.
remote is not full. It's a half-day remote, and every family that chose that, it's because they chose it. You know, I've spent a lot of time on the phone with different families in the last few weeks, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for everything. I can see how hard you are all working, and I'm very appreciative of everything that's happening to get school ready for our kids next week. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that, and please feel free to send out our little commercial. I'm calling it a commercial that we'll be sending out. I will actually shoot it out tomorrow and retweet it and resend it out, because I really want to emphasize that, you know, I think remote learning, virtual learning, whatever we're calling it, is going to look very different this year. And I look at it as this wonderful opportunity. I'm calling it our new frontier. And it isn't what we expected, and it's not what we planned for, but it's what we've got. And we're going to make it the best yet. And I just, again, I want to commend the teams that have been so excited about this and really working together and really rising to the occasion of saying, all right, let's dig in, let's make this remote piece as great as it can be. And I also want to just ask not just the families watching, but the staff, everyone, like, it's going to take some time. Just like with students, we have to teach, reteach, and play and practice so that we can have that higher levels thinking skills that really stick and that memory stays. We're going to need to do that as well. These tools, when we started to investigate Seesaw, I had never even heard of that platform before. 5 months ago, and I called somebody in North Reading to talk about it. And I'm just so glad that we were able to qualify for the funding source with the COVID grant and purchase all of these remote tools that are really going to make our environment our second classroom, if you will. Our teachers are setting up 2 classrooms, right? They're setting up their in-person classroom, and in some cases their remote satellite their satellite classroom. And then they're also setting up their remote classrooms. So huge shout out to the staff as they've been doing some really powerful work in the last couple of weeks and really all summer. So thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I think we had some, if there's no other committee questions, I know we had some questions from the community. Are you able to?
I've just posted the 2 that were new. One from Marianne Downing and one from Brian Henley. Both for Mrs. Kelly.
So Algebra 1 books, Marianne asked if they are, am I frozen?
Oh, we got you.
Okay. Algebra 1 books, hold on a minute.
Video's frozen, but
Yeah, right.
sound is
Algebra 1 books are in person. We do have them, and they will be electronic as well. But no, there are Algebra 1 books. And then I see another comment that from Brian Hanley. His understanding is that no material is allowed to be taught. We received guidance from the DESE, and as we were talking through our emergency education, as I called it, that we were focusing on mastery skills and things that have been previously taught, as well as introducing new concepts. So new concepts absolutely were presented, but they weren't taught to mastery in that remote environment in the spring. That is not going to be the case this year. This hybrid learning, this remote learning is going to look and feel very different. So, I talking about catching up and being behind, he wrote, our children certainly did not receive any new material, so aren't we by definition behind and catching up? I think that most students in the state are in a similar place. We are planning on teaching our standards for the current grade or subject that they're in this year. And we will have to do lots of assessments to see what has been mastered and reteach as needed or pre-teach as needed. But I have every confidence that we can do that by really focusing on the essential skills that we know need to be taught and learned this year. So that's kind of where we are.
Thanks again, Chris.
You're most welcome.
Dr. Doherty?
Yes, we're going to have now Gail Dowd talk about several areas of operations.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Doherty. So, Tom, I'll try to keep it to 30 minutes. I might have to really speak slow and stretch it out because we all know how exciting the operations side is. But I did want to start by saying when I think about operations, this really is weaving the teaching and learning, the special education. So really the focus has always been on making sure we're doing what we need to do to get everything ready for the students across the district. So it's not necessarily just brick and mortar. So it's operations, but it is kind of across the board. And I will say, as part of this, myself and the majority of my team, we've been in the buildings all summer, whether it be focused at the high school with all the technology we're imaging and distributing, the food distribution, all of the facilities work we're doing. I know I spent time with several school committee members earlier walking through the building. So we've definitely been on site, very visible throughout all the buildings, making sure we're meeting with folks to make sure they're getting what they need. So big shout out to all the folks within facilities, food distribution, and technology that have been really working hard on site in all the buildings over the summer. In addition, we've spent a lot of time with various consultants because in addition to everything we're doing COVID related, we also still have basic day-to-day functions that we're also making sure in our 24-hour day we're fitting in. So one quick update I did want to give the committee is on the modulars, because I know we have been asked, and I don't want to lose sight of that because that is a very significant capital project we're working on, which we will give updates at future school committee meetings like we typically do. But on a very positive note, the modulars are physically arriving tomorrow. They are currently in Keene, New Hampshire. I found out today after they had their construction meeting that due to a lot of restrictions and requirements, they actually can no longer go through Connecticut, so they had to come up over through Vermont into New Hampshire, down into Massachusetts. So all 3 modulars will be showing up tomorrow at Birch Meadow. So that is definitely good news. So we are on target. And if everything continues to proceed, we should be in good place with the Columbus Day being able to occupy the space. So even though they're here, we do want to let folks know that there still is a considerable amount of work that needs to be done as far as getting them installed, and then all of the outfitting that ourselves need to do from facilities and technology. But in case people see big trailers arriving tomorrow. To move on from there, with food distribution, I know we've said it several times that Danielle Collins continues to do an amazing job, and did want to make sure we let the committee know that she is going to be the treasurer for the executive board of the School Nutrition Association for the upcoming year. We did just receive a letter regarding that in the past couple of weeks. That is significant because it really gives us a lot of contacts across the state, which are incredibly useful, especially in this challenging time as everyone is trying to figure out how to make sure we're feeding the kids and how to procure the goods and services that we're doing. The other item, especially for food services, identifying the funding source is always critical because this is a self-sustained program as well. As folks know, we have been doing what's called the Seamless Summer, which has been very successful. We've had probably about 150 children each week that are participating in it. So we are constantly reaching out to folks. Danielle emails the group each week to let them know what is going on. We originally thought the program was ending on August 31st, and in typical fashion, we found out on August 31st that they were extending it. So we do have a funding source identified, hopefully through December 31st, is what they're saying is that the Seamless Summer program we are currently running is available through December 31st or until funding runs out. We don't have any further clarification as to what that means, but for us, for right now, it does mean what we are currently doing, we can continue to do. So one change we are making is that we're going to move our distribution day from, it's currently Tuesday from 11 to 12 underneath the bridge at the high school. We are going to move that to Fridays, and the rationale behind that is since Friday is not an in-person day, we thought it would be easier for folks to do it on Friday morning. What we're also going to do is offer an additional pickup on Wednesday afternoons at 2:30. We feel that since that would be when the majority of the schools would be technically releasing or finishing up, it might be easier for families to do the pickup at that time. So Danielle Collins will be reaching out to the families. She has a couple of flyers that are ready to go. We're just waiting for the final training from the USDA as well as DESE to make sure we have everything in place. We are also monitoring to see whether or not they will allow, under the seamless summer option, everybody is free. We get reimbursed at the free rate. We are waiting to hear further guidance from DESE and the USDA as to whether or not that program will be allowed within each of the schools, such that all students, whether they're in person or remote, would qualify for the program. So more to come, but we are at least excited that the program we're currently doing will continue to be offered through, it appears, December at this point in time. And Danielle has been working very closely with all of the principals. She worked very closely with facilities to get, as we affectionately, Dr. Stiles and I call them, sneeze guards, have been installed in all of the cafeterias. So all the serving lines, all of the point of sale kiosks that we have all been enhanced to include the sneeze guards. We've worked with the principals to gain an understanding of how many students will be in the building. So even though right now it'll be the special ed students, and then starting the week of the 21st, the kindergarten students, we want to make sure we have meal options for those children during that time. So we definitely, it's a day-by-day conversation we're having with the principals to make sure we have a plan in place. From a technology standpoint, the technology folks have been, and I do know, I think we saw a few folks come through. We are doing the technology distribution. So we have been doing the laptop distribution, and last count I had is we have distributed about 800 laptops to families who have requested them. Julian and his team have been on site in the buildings. We have 4 folks pretty much all day for the past week that have been handing out. They have a great program in place where they're sending out all the information ahead of time so people can electronically sign the agreed upon use policies. They show up with their IDs. We hand everything out. Everything's barcoded, so it's scanned as touchless as possible. So they've been very busy with that, in addition to setting up all of the new email accounts for the incoming 6th graders, working very closely with Chris and Heather and her team for any of the technology integration for the new tools we have. So a lot going on in that area, in addition to the traditional imaging and deploying of the replenishment systems that we have. So definitely very busy in that area. I'll talk a little bit when we get to the grants, but we do have additional funding sources we've identified that is allowing us to continue to purchase additional laptops and hotspots as we are going through assessing the survey results, and also working daily with the principals, because it is an evolving process. We'll have families that sign up one day, change their mind, cancel, that they don't need them, or families that didn't need them that now want them. So it's an ever-evolving process. We've been working very closely with each of the buildings for the various classroom setups. I definitely have to give a shout out. Our custodial crew, led by Kevin Gerstner, the custodial manager, Joe Huggins, and Kevin Kabuzzi, have been nonstop. The custodians have been amazing over the summer. They have been in basically throughout this, since the schools closed in March. They have been in every day, cleaning, disinfecting, all of the traditional steps that we would take to open the schools were done, the waxing, the stripping, all of that. In addition to that, they had the task of setting up all the classrooms across the district. As Kate mentioned, we're working very closely with her to make sure each classroom is set up appropriately. We've gone through all of the elementary schools, the middle schools, the special ed areas, the cafeterias, the gymnasiums, working very closely to make sure we have the right furniture in the right locations. The big challenge is a lot of the traditional furniture folks are used to seeing, we can't necessarily use anymore. So a lot of the kidney-shaped tables. So we've had to be creative and strategic with what we're doing with the rooms and the satellite rooms. We're happy to report we have the furniture that we need. We did not have to find outside storage, which was one of the thoughts we originally had, was that we might have to rent space. So we had set aside funding for that on one of the grants, but we're able to free that up and use it for other purposes now, which I think is great, because to be able to use it for more tangible items, I think is great. We've worked very closely with the Rise Preschool to get very creative in how we set that up. I know that Dr. Doherty, Dr. Stice, Chris Kelly, myself, Joe Huggins, along with Kelly Bostwick, walked all of the Rise Preschool spaces, looked at everything, strategized, came up with plans to make sure we can get all of those kiddos in. We're doing all of the signage at the schools for the 6-foot distancing, the one-way hallways. We are making sure we have water available, because one of the guidelines is shutting down bubblers to make sure that kids are not using the bubblers. So to the extent we had to shut them down, we're replacing them with Poland Spring. So all of that's in the works as well. So definitely a yeoman's effort. And I think that group tends to get overlooked because they basically take care of it. People show up and the classrooms are magically set up on day one the way they need to be. From a PPE standpoint, it's definitely been a collaborative process. Dr. Stice and I have spent a lot of time going through what we have, what we need. We allocated a lot of funding within one of the grants we have to make sure we can continuously assess it. We are learning as we go with some of it. We had conversations in the past week with the principals. We realized that for the K screening, this is a brand new group of children that are coming in. It came to our attention that sneeze guards and face shields would be really helpful, and that the kindergarten teachers were looking for them. So all of that is getting distributed. That should all be in the schools by tomorrow. I will say we've had some really great meetings. I had a good conversation with the RTA president earlier this week to discuss PPE. He had brought forth a few questions about how it was working, how we're handling it. Probably spent about an hour on the phone with Eric Goldstein, walked him through exactly what we're doing with PPE so he could help us spread the word among his association with what we're thinking, how we're doing it. We've made bins up for all of the home service providers so they have everything they need in a carry Tupperware bin that they can have in their cars. We have a process in place for folks to get replenished as they need it. As Jen mentioned, we have all of the sneeze guards, for lack of a better term. I'm going to call them plexi shields because I feel like that sounds better, that have been distributed to all of the schools. We have face shields that have been distributed. We have a very small handful of individuals who have asked for accommodations that we've gone through. We have packages that are ready to be distributed to the schools for Monday. All of the nurses have, I'm going to call them starter kits, that have been dropped off at all of the nurses' stations that have various amounts of PPE. We've worked very closely with Mary. We'll continue to monitor it. And as schools, the tricky part right now is nobody really has been in the buildings except for those of us who've been here all summer going through the buildings. So to determine what the run rate is going to be is a little bit tricky. So we're staying in very close contact with Mary. Starting next week, we'll be really working even closer than we have been with the principals to make sure we understand which supplies folks are going through so we can make sure we're constantly replenishing them. We have them all stored at the high school because we have a safe, dry place to keep them. And while we were going through cleaning all the buildings, we didn't want to necessarily have the PPE all there that we were moving it around. So we do have a central storage place that we are now using to dispense it as we need to. So another area that it's exciting for us is that we have been able to secure 2 pretty significant grants over the summer. The first one worked very closely with Chris Kelly and her group is, for lack of a better term, the ESSER grant, which is a COVID-related grant that followed the title distribution. So they use the same formula and methodology that they do for our title grants. We received a little over $98,000 from that grant. Because it does follow the title methodology, we do have proportionate share. So we did work very, very closely with Austin Prep. They are getting a little over $15,000 of the grant. The good news about this grant is it's a 1-year grant, which really morphs into more of a 24 to 27 month grant because they allow you to carry the title grants over. To date, out of the $98,000, we actually have spent about $51,000 of it, and that is all of the various technology that Chris was talking about, the Seesaw, STEMscopes training, Edpuzzle, Pear Deck, and some additional Edgenuity licensing for RMS students that we worked very closely. The state had provided some pricing for that, so we do have additional money on there for professional development and tutoring as well, so that we will be working very closely to monitor. Good news again is that has a relatively longer lifespan. The other grant that we have is a COVID-related grant that is federally funded. That was a $225 per student allocation that each school district received. So we actually did receive $894,000 on that grant, which is pretty sizable. The tricky part is it has to be spent by December 31st, and by spent it means you have to have physical possession of what you purchased or services have to be provided. So you cannot encumber funds for a future date on it. So we have been very strategic about what we're doing. We worked very closely with facilities, technology, Chris Kelly, Jen Stice to really go through and look at, and this grant is meant to fund items that were not included in your operating budget. So we were very strategic to include additional cleaning. We know when the students are back, we're going to need additional cleaning hours. We have additional cameras for when we're back in the hybrid mode, additional one-to-one devices, a lot of PPE because we know those needs are changing. We worked closely again with Chris Kelly for some additional professional development, staff hours, worked very closely with Jen, which is how we were able to do a lot of the assessments over the summer are funded on this grant. We have compensatory services and tutoring, as well as a lot of equipment that they needed. So we actually are monitoring this pretty much on a daily basis to make sure we're allocating the resources in the correct way. We will provide a more detailed update. Typically, we do this in December, but we just wanted to give the committee an update since these were 2 significant grants that are outside of what we typically have. But they are specifically COVID related. I think I captured that in 30 minutes. So those were my main updates.
Thank you, Gail. On the, on the title grant, you said that could be around for 24 months,
Yes,
but the other one runs out in,
December 31st. It's a federal grant that they have said expires on December 31st. There is language being proposed to try to extend it, but it is stuck in Congress, Senate, somewhere right now. But
is that with the next stimulus? Is it all tied into all of that?
yes.
Okay. Okay.
It is. And that's why we were very strategic not to put any staffing on here, because it does have a hard and fast 12/31 end date. So we are doing very strategic one-time items on the grant.
Okay, and what you didn't mention, I'm just curious, is on the MERV, I said MERV 13, are those still on track? I think it was, what was it, 6 weeks?
Yes, we are following up. We have folks following up on any PPE, technology, and that MERV filters almost on a daily basis. They are still on track for when we originally anticipated them. So again, we are hoping that mid-October they will be in, and then we can begin the process of installing them.
Thank you. Aaron?
I think you already just answered my question, Gail. I was going to ask if any of that grant money can be used if we need to hire additional staff.
It can.
It sounds like
The tricky part about that, Erin, is it can. I don't want to mislead people. If it was staff you had not anticipated and that was not in your operating budget, that is also one of the key things, is that if you already budgeted for it, it should not be here. There is also a couple of challenges with that. If you put teacher positions on there that are subject to MTRS, 9% of their salary also has to get applied to the grant for MTRS funding. That's a federal requirement, so it is sort of salary plus. And the other tricky part is it's only funding through 12/31, and then you would have to find funding. So for any of the staffing we're doing, we're looking towards our operating budget in areas within that we can carry it, because we do know that we will need them after 12/31. And I'm trying to be very sensitive not to put items on there that I then create an issue for January forward.
understood. So potentially, though, it helps maybe free up a little bit from the operating budget. Are we able to spend the grant money on things? No. Well, we can only spend it on one-time new things that we didn't anticipate.
One-time new things, COVID related, that were not anticipated. So I cannot go out and renew, I'm going to pick something, a math curriculum we've always had that costs $70,000. That's not COVID related. And in theory, I should have had it in my operating budget. So this is COVID related items above and beyond what you budgeted. So if we didn't need any one-to-one devices and I said, oh, but I have 50 computers that are at their end of life, that should not go on the grant, because that is not COVID related and should have been on the operating budget.
Okay, thank you.
Not tricky at all. It's very clear. I've had a great summer, Erin.
I'm glad you're in charge, Gail.
Tom?
Thanks, Chuck. So I'm going to peel the onion a little bit on Aaron's question, Gail. As we do have some unexpected leaves that we're trying to fill for long-term subs for 12 weeks or something that would be expiring before 12/31, would those positions that we use in that space be allowed to be funded through this 8984? And I just want to stop there for a second. $894,000.
Yes.
That's a pretty large chunk of change.
It is.
A huge benefit if we're able to use it.
And me, as of right now, and everyone who's working on this grant with me, I'm probably the most hated person in the district right now, because I call them every day and ask them exactly where they are, because I will spend every penny of it. So we were very strategic about what we put on here, but in theory, yes. If it were a 12-week person where we were just bringing in a long-term sub, in theory, we could put it on here. We have not, because we are using other salary savings and items within the operating budget, because as of right now, we're not sure it's only going to be the 12 weeks. And at the time, we actually submitted this grant before the school year started as well. So this grant, we submitted it back in August, so that we could start drawing on it, because it has such a short lifespan that we didn't want to wait, and it was a few week turnaround time to get it approved as well. So we wanted to submit it early so we could start executing, especially if you think about the one-to-one devices, the cameras, the hotspots, the PPE, those all have long lead times. So we wanted to make sure we could get the orders placed so that we could start receiving it.
All that makes sense. And I know you'll optimize the usage over time. I guess I have a technicality question now. I know historically, this body, this school committee has not voted to technically approve and accept grants. We are supposed to for some of our MASC, training and our roles and responsibilities. We don't have this vote on the thing, but it is a pretty straightforward thing, and generally would probably go into a consent agenda if we were to structure it in such a way.
Which we can definitely do. I think I wanted to provide an update because it sort of is kind of that time sensitive, and I know historically we've done all of the grants as sort of one big batch once we know all of the figures to get them approved, but we could do a memo for the consent agenda for the next one just to say here are the two now that we know the final amount because it has been in flux.
Yep, that would be great. I mean, just to dot the i's and cross
Absolutely.
the t's.
I was hoping you wouldn't reject them.
I don't think so, but
Gail, along those lines, do you have a sense for how much of that is already earmarked?
Every penny of the grant is line item detailed earmarked. I actually, me being me, when I tell you, Jen will laugh at me. I had hearing equipment lanyards, $220 was a line item on the grant that we have spent. So we detailed how many one-to-one devices, how many cameras. We had some of the studies done for determining how to set up the classrooms. That was in there. We have how many hours of cleaning. So it's a very detailed down to exactly what type of PPE and how much we were going to purchase.
And do the feds require a detailed accounting when you?
They do. So the tricky part about this, we have been forewarned. So this is a brand new grant that all came up as part of all of the various COVID funding that has come out. So this is a federal grant that did not come out with a lot of guidance. That the federal grant delegated it to DESE. So DESE is the ones administering it, but they have told us that even though the ultimate guidelines have not come out, this will be a heavily regulated and audited grant through the federal government, which is why for every line item on there, we're making sure we're following every requirement in terms of bidding, anything we need to bid, how we're procuring it, what we're doing with it, and basically justifying that it is 100% tied to COVID and not in the operating budget. So they have warned districts that this will be heavily audited when the feds come out to review the spending.
Thank you. Carla?
Thanks, Gail. Did I miss the update on cameras, when cameras would be coming in?
So the good news is we do have, so the cameras we purchased at the end of the year, I believe all of those have come in. So we did buy several at the end of the year. We are purchasing additional cameras on here. And as Kate mentioned, we're actually now starting to get the detailed counts of how many each school needs. So as we're getting that, we're comparing it to what we ordered and then placing additional orders. I will say under this grant itself, I actually just purchased an additional 50 cameras last week under the grant. So we are basically, as we're determining how many more we need, we're placing the orders. We're not going to wait to have everybody's information. We're basically ordering as we go because we know there is a bit of a lead time.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions from Tom?
just because, yeah, sorry, Chuck, for the last second dive in there. Just because it was one of the issues or items that had listed or waited for the full in-person was the cameras. The lead time, Gail, is there an approximation? If we buy today, are we getting in a week? Are we getting in 2 weeks? Do we have things stuck at the border again? What are we talking about? from a
So
timeline
what
perspective?
we've also done is we ordered, there were two types of cameras we were looking at. One of them came in relatively quickly within a couple of weeks. The second type we ordered was the type that had a longer lead time. So we went back to the shorter lead time camera for these. So we are hoping that they will be in short order. So Julian has been dialing for dollars pretty much every day, finding out the status of the items. But we did order the one that had a shorter lead time.
Gail, sorry, Tom, I just forgot, I noticed you slipped in that the modulars are driving down.
I
That's
started
great.
with that. That was my big
I know,
reason.
that's great news. And thank you to you and Joe and everybody else that was involved. I know, I've been wondering about those, so I'm really happy to hear
Yeah,
that.
that was a great update to get today out of the construction meeting, that they physically are in Keene, New Hampshire right now. So they are within spitting distance.
I may
Hence
pass
why we
them on
need
the
the
way
sneeze
home
guard.
tonight.
That's why we need the sneeze guard. They're within spitting distance.
So, Tom, did we have any,
We have one question for Mrs. Kelly that I told the lady I would post after Gail's update was done, before we start with John's, if we can go back to that. So,
sure.
Mrs. Kelly, if you're still out there, it's the question from Nicole Sella. We may have lost her for a minute. She may have had to step away. So maybe we can just address that after Dr. Doherty's update, then Chuck.
Okay,
I'm here, sorry.
There we go.
so from the Nicole Chella.
She's having connection issues, I think. So
Okay.
even if she's there, let's wait till
Yep.
she gets back full time.
Dr. Doherty?
Sure. Thank you very much, Chuck. Thank you,
I-
Gail.
I'm sorry, John, I'm
Chris is
here.
back.
Do you want me to just answer that?
Sure. You might be on mute, Chris.
She's not on mute. I think she's having connection issues.
Hi,
Doctor-
I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry, when I
This
went
is
to.
your
when I
last
went-
chance.
Yeah, when I went to open the question and answer, it bounced me off twice, so I can't actually see the Q&A. One quick update, I just want to, I did get a text from Kathy Santilli, our ITS at the elementary schools, and she sent me an update that no K-5 students have active email accounts. They were assigned Reading accounts and Google accounts that have their first name dot last name at rdgstudent.com, which is how they log on to things, but they are not open, and we do not have plans to activate any of the K-5 email accounts. So
Great.
thank you, Kathy Santilli, for answering that.
So Chris, since you can't
Repeat
see.
the question for me, Tom, I'm not going to try to open it again because I got bounced off twice, so.
Okay, perfect. So the question is, can you please provide further information on how elementary school students will be assessed in the beginning of the school year to determine what needs to be taught, learned, reintroduced, pre-introduced, etc.? Is there a new assessment model being used given this new situation? Please provide as much clarity as possible. Thank you.
All right, so yes, we are assessing elementary students. We do have an assessment calendar that has already been shared with our elementary staff, which include our regular assessments with one additional new assessment, which is our early literacy screener, which will be for K-1 students. We will be training folks on how to use that. We'll be using our benchmarking, which is our Fountas and Pinnell, as well as the early literacy screeners and obviously our case screening tools that we're using next week. In math, we use the K to 2 level. We use AMC Math, and that is our assessment tool that we've been using for the last few years. And I think it was last year, we purchased a new assessment, interactive assessment tool called Edulastic. And we actually purchased it for 3 to 8. Oh, my camera's not on. Sorry, it looks on to me. Can you see me?
I can see you.
All right.
Yes.
So maybe I'm not live. You can just hear me. So our assessment calendar has been adjusted. However, at the beginning of the year, we are going to continue to work on formative assessments. As part of our presentation this week, we talked to staff about really spending time getting to know students and doing lots of checking in. That'll look different. Each grade will be doing different formative assessments. Some of the exciting part about some of these tools that we purchased is that for instance, on Pear Deck or Seesaw, the kids will be participating. They won't even realize that they'll be getting assessed. We'll be asking them questions and embedding that work in, and the teachers will be able to run reports on how kids knew what they knew. So that is something that we're working on at all levels, but the question was specifically at elementary, but that is our plan.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Dr. Doherty.
Thanks. Before I start, I think you've seen with our last 3 presenters, Gail, Chris, and Jen, the extraordinary amount of work that they have been doing this summer. They have been working long days, long weeks, and they really deserve a lot of credit for everything they've been doing in their departments. I think we are as prepared as we're going to be to start on Tuesday, and I think you've seen that firsthand this evening. So I just want to say thank you and for their work.
John, I just like to quickly add to that. I was going to say one of the things I heard throughout each of their presentation was, I worked with this one or I worked with that one, and just the amount of teamwork and collaboration, because without all of them, none of this gets done. So that's real important that they all, made it a point to point out who they worked with, and I really appreciate that. So
no, that's a great point, Chuck. Thank you. So speaking of teamwork, in the absence of a HR administrator, we've been doing a lot of teamwork, splitting up the duties of this position. I do want to give the committee and the community an update on where we are, since this really is the biggest driver of getting more students into our classrooms in person. I want to give an update to the community and the committee about where we are with leaves, accommodations, resignations, current vacancies, and how that's going to impact us as we continue our phase-in approach. So in a previous presentation, I talked to you about the different areas that staff were falling under in terms of leaves, accommodations, and resignations. So this is really a breakdown, and these are the ones that we know of. I want to caution that the numbers will change. Some of these will go up, some of these will go down, and I'll explain that more in a second. But we essentially have 6 areas. One is the EFMLEA/childcare, which can last anywhere between 12 weeks to a year, depending on the length of the leave, the cause of the leave. So the EFMLEA is for the 12 weeks of paid job protected leave due to childcare issues, either that the school schedule is not aligned with the work schedule, and they're not able to provide an additional an alternative to childcare, or some of these leaves will then merge into a 1-year leave, which would be unpaid after the first 12 weeks. The next category is medical accommodation. So this is the group that we are providing different accommodations for, Gail mentioned in her presentation that some of these, a small amount, are getting additional PPE as part of their accommodations. But there's other accommodations we're providing as well, including schedule changes. It could be not allowing a teacher to have to move from room to room, that they have their own room so that the kids are coming to their room versus the other way around. So there's a lot of different medical accommodations based on what the needs are of that staff member. Then we have some staff members that are taking medical leaves. This is due to some underlying medical condition that would be impacted by COVID. We have had a few resignations. As always, we have maternity leaves. And as I mentioned in the last presentation, the tricky part about the maternity leaves is that if we were in person, some of these would not be, some of these teachers would not be able to teach in person prior to their due date because they're at a higher level of COVID susceptibility. And then we have a group that was no action. It was more of an inquiry. And so we wanted to document that as well. We also split it between teachers and paraeducators so you could see that the numbers and how they break down. So switching then to what does this equate to with vacancies, we currently have 33 vacancies at various stages of the process. We have 20 paraeducator vacancies, 6 tutor vacancies, 7 teacher vacancies. Some of the teachers are long-term subs, others are for the full year. This does not include any teachers that are currently working remotely, because we are remote right now. If we are to switch, not if, when we switch to a hybrid model, those positions will also become vacant, and we will need to post and fill those positions as well. So just an update on the hybrid model schedule. Gave a similar schedule in the previous school committee meeting, but we've updated it a little bit. So on September 15th, this is the first day of school for everyone. Most students will be remote. Our high needs preschool and kindergarten will be in person. Our kindergarten students will be going through orientation, which for some schools are going to span over 2 weeks, depending on the size of the school. I know Killam and the high school are going to be spanning over 2 weeks. You heard Kate tonight talk about the book distribution, and then the following week there'll be some classes will be doing orientation. Screening will be completed by that second week in all schools, and then remote learning will continue in grades 1 through 12 once orientation is over. So the orientation day, the students will not have remote learning, but they will have all the remote learning all the other days. That will continue into in October. It is our goal to start phasing in groups, classes, once we have the staffing filled at a particular grade level. So we're going to monitor the staffing. We're obviously going to continue to monitor the medical data, which we do get weekly updates from the state, and we get daily updates from the town. In terms of the phase-in, and I mentioned to this in a previous school committee meeting, the safety of our staff and students is our top priority. There is a minimum amount of staffing that we need to open up our buildings with additional students. And so in order to have that minimum number, we want to continue to fill the vacancies that I mentioned in a previous slide. So our goal is to phase in the grades when staffing vacancies are filled. If we continue to have the medical data in our favor, this will be the driving factor, was when we can get grade levels with adequate staffing. So Right now, the plan, our hope is to start looking at grade 1 as the next group in middle school. In talking to the middle school principals, it would actually be more advantageous to phase in all 3 grades at the same time rather than just 1 grade. Originally, we had thought 6th grade, but because we have several teachers that teach all 3 grades, it would not be a good idea to try to phase in 1 grade because you still would have teachers that would have to teach both remote and in person at the same time. So we're going to monitor that as closely as possible. Obviously, once grade 1 is in, we're going to look at moving grade 2 in and so on. The high school piece, as you heard Kate say, that we're going to continue to look at the staffing needs, and we'll move forward with from there with the high school. The goal is still to continue to get as much hybrid as possible by the end of October for the district. But that is the thought process right now, is starting with grade 1 as the next group, followed by middle school as a whole, and then moving forward from there. So I know this question came up in a conversation I had with one of the school committee members. Normally, we do not give this information until we get the official October 1 enrollment reported to the state. But I do want, and it is continuing to evolve, but I do want to share with you the enrollment changes since June. And this is the same cohort of students. The only difference, at kindergarten, obviously, we didn't have a cohort leading into this. So we're using the most, we're using the updated numbers from when they registration ended. So you could see that there are really 2 grades that have shown significant decreases. One is kindergarten, and this is actually a statewide problem, that there are a lot of parents that are either opting out, putting their children in kindergarten this year, or having their children go to private kindergarten or homeschooling. And then the other one is 9th grade, which actually traditionally is a grade that we do see a drop from 8 to 9. This is about a 10%, which is fairly consistent with other years. So that drop isn't necessarily COVID related. The other grades, you could see that we've mostly have seen decreases. Again, I do believe those are more COVID related, particularly at the elementary in grade 6. You can see our high school numbers are fairly stable. So I did want to also share with you the current enrollments that you could see by level and the private school changes as well. So again, these numbers most likely will continue to change up into the October 1 enrollment. I will also tell you the October 1 enrollment helps determine the number we're going to receive in Chapter 70 funding. The state is taking a look at this because they know that Chapter 7, that enrollment is going to be down across the Commonwealth. So they're looking to see if they need to do some sort of adjustment in Chapter 70 for FY22 state aid. So Chris talked a little bit about, excuse me, Chris did talk a little bit about kindergarten. So I want to give you our numbers right now. Kindergarten was already a number that was lower than previous years. And then now when you add the pandemic variable, it's even lower. And I'm looking at this in some ways as positive. In a positive way, you see that the kindergarten numbers are very low. In some buildings, that allows the building principals to only use 1 classroom instead of 2 for kindergarten for a satellite. So in where you see 13s, 12s, even the 16s at Barrows, I know that Beth Levitt's done a good job of finding the larger classrooms. A satellite room is not necessary, so that saves on space and it saves on staffing. So that's the positive about having the smaller kindergartens right now. The half-day K in person, so we did have a lot of full-day families opt to either go half-day K in person or half-day K remote. You can see that our half-day K in person are 18-19. The half-day K remote is 13-14, so it's as Chris said, a morning and an afternoon session. We are assigning these students virtually, not for any other reason, to Joshua Eaton. So that's why you would see a larger number of students at Joshua Eaton is because of the remote. It does not mean that these students will be going to Joshua Eaton in future years. We did need to assign it to a building principal, and Lisa Marie was gracious enough because she already had a half-day K that she would take on the remote piece as well as for supervisory. Some other things that I do want to just touch upon, attendance. So I did send something out to the community about attendance. The taking of attendance is going to look much different here than it did in the spring. Attendance is mandatory. The state, we received information from the state. We will be taking attendance each period at the middle and high school level. And we will be taking attendance twice a day at the elementary level, as well as the specialist classes. A student will not be marked present if they have not been in school more than 50% of the day. Again, that's by DESE guidelines. We are going to have to report to the state this year 2 different types of attendance data. One is in-person attendance and one is remote attendance. And each day, our teachers will be recording that, sending it to the main office of each building electronically right now. And that will get reported daily as part of our student information system. Playgrounds, I know, is something that has received a little bit of attention. We received guidance in the summer about playgrounds from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. And because of the increased chance of infection, both from students playing on the actual apparatus and the amount of cleaning that would be necessary for the apparatus, which would come with a pretty expensive cost. We're not going to be having the students use the playground apparatus. They certainly will be going out for recess, but we would not be able to use the playgrounds. And this is really more DESE guidance than anything else. And as part of the plan that we had to submit to the state, we did have to attest that we were going to be following all of the guidance from DESE, including the facilities piece, which includes the cleaning piece and all of that. Remote teaching. Just a general comment about remote teaching, looking forward ahead. There are going to be situations where our students may be in person in the classroom, but our teachers may have to be remote for a short period of time. And this could be due to whether it be a family illness or something like that. So we just want to make families aware of this, that there may be times where I'm actually calling it reverse remote teaching. It's more, we would rather have the teacher attached to those students if they're able to teach remotely on those days that for some reason they're not able to come in. We'd rather have that happen with an adult in that classroom in person with the students. than have a substitute teacher teach remotely to those students. So we just want to make you aware of that. And then the last piece I want to add, and this was in the packet for the committee, is we have reached agreement on 3 MOAs at this point. One with the Reading Teachers Association, one with the Reading Paraeducators Association, and the third is with the Reading Cafeteria Workers. We want to thank the collaboration of those 3 associations. Obviously, each one required some meetings. Each one is a little bit different and unique as to some of the things that we needed to talk about that were contract related. I will also tell you that there are only a handful of communities right now that have MOAs with their teachers union. Reading is one of them, and I attribute that to the good working relationship that we have with the RTA. So I want to thank them for that work.
You all set?
Yes, now I'll come back to.
So I just have a couple of questions. On the, seems like there's an echo. On the reverse remote, how is it? So I didn't understand. So is there going to be a substitute in the room and then the teacher's going to be teaching from home? Is that what you meant?
And these are situations where the teacher is unable to come to school. So, I
got all of that. But there's going to be somebody in the classroom with
yes, there'll be another adult. Yes.
Okay. My other, I guess, more of a comment than a question, and is on the, as you said, we heard on the, we're starting to hear on the playgrounds, and I guess, these kids are getting a lot taken away from them right now, and if there's any way we can, and I know you guys are on it, but if there's any way that we can see that some of that $800 some odd thousand go towards the PPE so that we can open the playgrounds, I'd appreciate it, and I know the community would.
Yeah, it's not a PPE issue, Chuck. It's a cleaning and disinfecting.
Well, doesn't cleaning and disinfecting fall under, theoretically, that's PPE because you're buying cleaning supplies, right?
It is, but you actually, it's not as easy as just spray washing the equipment. You actually need to clean it thoroughly first, and then you need to disinfect it. There are
I wasn't suggesting that it was just spray washing.
I'm explaining. I was explaining it. So the process involves there's 10 playgrounds. The school department only oversees one of the 10. It would be an additional staffing and cleaning cost to the town, and some of the preliminary costs that we receive, it's $4,000 a week to clean the playgrounds. So it's not a small expense.
Okay. I jumped ahead. Sean, you were first in the queue there?
Yeah, this isn't what I was going to ask, but I mean, that's a couple dollars a week per kid. I get that it's not a small expense, but I'd echo Chuck's comment that if there's a way that we can try and get creative and find a way to open the playgrounds, I think we should try to do that. I totally recognize the challenges, but I think that's a fair point. My questions were 2 questions. One is, with respect to phasing in additional grades, Dr. Doherty, you talked about, for instance, starting with first grade, right? As we get the staffing. Can you talk a little bit about how operationally that would go? Is there a particular notice period you'd expect to have? What would that look like once we're ready to phase in, additional grades? So
what's happening right now, and the tricky part is right now we've we've got the staff to teach remote because a lot of the medical accommodations are that they can teach remote. That once we start phasing into hybrid, we need to, the staff need to make a decision, those staff that are impacted, on whether or not they can continue to teach hybrid with accommodations, or they need to take a leave of absence. We then have to have some lead time for principals to be able to hire teachers for those positions. So we're in the process right now of having the conversations with those staff that right now can teach remote, that have medical accommodations as a medical accommodation, but will not be able to teach hybrid. And if they are unable to go hybrid, we're going to stop posting those positions. So that's the process that we're using. That's one part of it. The other part of it is filling all the vacancies that we have right now, which I showed you that number. So I feel we're pretty close on grade 1. I've been having weekly conversations with the building principals about staffing and what vacancies they have, and keep asking them the question, can we move forward with grade 1? So I think we're close with grade 1. I would give the community a 2-week notice when we're ready to do that. The same with the middle schools. I've been having the conversations with the middle school principals as well.
Okay,
So I don't know if that answered your question or not.
It does. And then the second question was, you had that slide around how many students have dropped from each cohort since June. And you talked about, obviously kindergarten was one of the big numbers. It was down 30 something, 34, 37, something like that.
Yeah.
34, yeah. Do we have any indication of what those families are doing? Is it a lot of, summer birthdays who decided to hold back that might not have otherwise? Are we going to run into, a kindergarten bubble next year? Are they going private? Like, what does that look like?
So a chunk of them are private, and I don't have the slide in front of me. Some are holding their children out for a year. We did receive some of those. I do believe we're going to have a bubble next year, yes.
Okay.
I think we're going to see an increase across the board in elementary next year, higher than normal.
More students returning from private than we would have in a
Yes.
normal year, but we'll also have a specific kindergarten bubble with students entering the school district for the first time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Carla?
Thanks, Chuck. I have a few questions, Dr. Doherty. In terms of the playground, the state guidelines are allowing playgrounds to be open, right?
They are, when you disinfect and clean at least once a day. Or in between use, and we can't do it in between use. That definitely we couldn't do. But to clean it once a day, that's the expense that I was referring to.
All right.
I will tell you, several communities have shut down their playgrounds. Several school districts have shut down their playgrounds. This is not, again, a Reading.
Right. Why can't we use some of that grant money to buy some things that these kids can use outside so they can run around? All right. And then I have a question on one of the slides, and maybe I am reading it wrong. For your slide, and thank you for the numbers, the enrollment changes. What am I missing here? Enrollment for same cohort of students. So this is not total RPS. It's slide number.
Talk about this one?
Yes.
Okay. So what this is compared to June of the same group.
So it's not total students, RPS total students.
It's by grade.
Yes, it is.
It is. It's by grade.
Okay. I guess enrollment for same cohort of students has thrown me off. If we're just talking about all kindergarten kids, all first grade kids.
So let me give you an example. So I'll use grade 9. So grade 9, it's down 35 students from when they were grade 8 in June.
Right, okay. And then do we know how many families have decided or students have decided to homeschool for this fall?
Chris, is it under 10? I think it's under 10.
Are we talking total?
No, well, the
Dude.
ones that have increased, I think is,
Yeah, I mean, I think we're up around 10. Lori Miller, I did ask her today, and she was putting together the list. I can get you the exact numbers. I've been talking to every single family that were considering their options with homeschool versus remote, and a lot of them have chosen the remote option. But some were already thinking of homeschooling anyway, and some it just worked better for them. But I think we're up at least 10 families, but we're not as high as a lot of other districts.
Okay, so that's families. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Tom?
I think it was Aaron first before me.
Oh, I saw, yeah, the echo. Aaron, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So my question was about the staffing as well, because I still feel a little confused. So first off, when you list that you have 7 teacher openings, is that 7 teachers that won't be there on Tuesday to start school?
yes, so that's a combination of long-term subs. Let me pull the slide up. We need to talk about this one. That's a combination of long-term subs. Most of them are the EFMLEAs. Maternity leave, we have a couple that their maternity leave literally just started.
But who's greeting their kids on Tuesday?
We've had to fill in with either a paraeducator and move the paraeducator up to a teacher role, or I believe that's what we've done. It's been a paraeducator.
Okay. And are any of those in the process of being hired, or those are complete openings right now?
Those are openings.
Those are full openings. Okay. And then my other question, I was trying to understand. So you said there are teachers who are starting because we're remote, but they cannot teach in person.
Correct.
When we go hybrid, and you already know who they are?
I know the ones that have reached out to us.
Okay.
I don't know if there are others out there. That's the other X factor.
Okay. I guess I'm confused why we're not already posting those positions. If we know that our goal is to move to hybrid by next month, and we know that they're not going to be able to teach when we go to hybrid, why aren't we working on those now?
We are.
So are they part of the 7?
No, this is all part of an interactive process that we have to have with each individual teacher. We've actually been able to talk to some of the teachers, and they've decided, based on the conversations we've been having with them, that they are going to come hybrid with proper accommodations. But this process, it isn't just saying, we can't force someone to do it. We have to work with them to come to a place where they're able to make a decision. So they have to actually request for the leave. So we have to work with each teacher individually. And as I mentioned in the last meeting, we had over 100 different inquiries for different types of leaves or accommodations.
So I understand that, and obviously the preference is to hang on to our teachers. We want that experience, and we want to hang on to people who want to be teaching this year. I just don't want it to be causing a delay for us to move to hybrid, because I want that to continue to be the goal.
It's not causing a delay, Erin. The biggest delay is those 26 paraeducators and tutors.
Okay. Are you finding some applicants for those positions?
The pool is very thin.
All right, that's unfortunate.
And
and
again,
then-
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but every school district is going through this.
I know, which makes it all the more worrisome. My other question was just a clarification about the reverse remote teachers. When you say for a short period of time, are we talking like a few days somebody might be in that position, or are you talking longer than that?
So let me use as an example, if for some reason a teacher or another staff member has to be quarantined for 2 weeks under the Family First Coronavirus Act, but they're not showing any symptoms, but they could still teach. Rather than us put in a substitute for 2 weeks, I'd rather have the teacher teach remotely to the students, and we have a substitute teacher in the classroom with the kids in person. Because I think what we're going to see as the norm this year is we're going to see this roller coaster effect where we're going to have teachers going in and out because they may have been exposed, and they have to stay out the required 14 days.
Okay,
So
I appreciate, yeah.
I just think we're going to see a lot of that this year.
Yeah, and I appreciate you clarifying. I was just trying to get a better idea of when you say a short period of time, sort of what you're talking about. But again, I agree that the preference is to hang on to our experienced teachers. So I'm actually, as bizarre as that may be for the students, I'm glad that we can make an accommodation like that for our teachers and to keep the consistency for the kids and the teachers. But I appreciate you clarifying that.
You're all set, Aaron? Thank you.
I'm all set.
Tom?
Thanks, Chuck. John, thank you for the presentation. A lot of information in here, a lot that people have been asking about, so it's good to get it out there and make it available. And I know it's not in the normal time period, but obviously we're not in a normal time period, so I appreciate you pushing it forward a little bit in some of the numbers. I also know there is a data guy, it's point in time, things will change. It'll change next week, it'll change tomorrow, so that is what it is. I have a set of questions and kind of a policy position, I guess, or budget position here as well. First, I'm on the same page with Chuck and Sean on the playground thing, especially at the elementary level. You know, elementary and rise, we have 6 of those playgrounds that are, while we don't control all of them, I think we control rise only. You know, I would love, and I would position that we as a committee can help somehow by asking FinCom or something else for funding to support that. But I want to clarify what the cost is. When you say it's $4,000, is that per playground, or is that for the 10 playgrounds or 11 playgrounds across the town and schools?
It's 10 playgrounds, and that's per week.
Per week. So then if we just extrapolate out for the school year this year for 2020, not going into 2021 now, and we go through, you know, when the year ends, we're looking at about 12 weeks, maybe 13 weeks. So we're talking about $48 to $52,000 of money we'd be asking for. Is that approximately right?
We're getting the 12 weeks.
We have 6 weeks until November 1st, and then we have 6 weeks from November 1st and 6 or 7 weeks from November 1st until Christmas. I'm just focusing on this calendar year, not the fiscal year, just this calendar.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yes, I guess that would be the case, yeah.
Okay, and then also some clarifying points. I mean, I think there's fundamentally a few differences here from you know, what is out there from a state perspective. And I think that's where some of the confusion comes in from the parents, the town, even some of ourselves here. Is when I look at, you know, I live right across from Sturgis. That playground, it's not being cleaned once a day, not at all. But that's a state standard as opposed to a DESE standard. So from your perspective, our playgrounds were bound by the DESE standard as opposed to the state standard, and that DESE standard is a higher standard. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to follow this through a little bit further as well. There are 10 playgrounds around town. Of those ones, not that we want to discriminate against 4 that aren't necessarily directly at our schools, Sturgis being one of them, right? But the schools would be a higher touch, right? They'd be touched every day. by more students, et cetera. So if we wanted to even think about this more strategically, we could say, we really are talking about 6 playgrounds. We're talking about Rise in all 5 of the elementary schools. So instead of 10,
Woodend has 2, don't forget.
Woodend has 2, so 7 playgrounds.
8.
So what's that?
You get 5 I'm sorry, you're right, 7.
5 elementaries,
You
one of which
weren't-
has
I thought
2,
you weren't
and Rise.
Yeah.
Right? So 7 of those 10 would be sort of in our purview, but even not because the town does some of it, but 7 of those. So, now our cost of that cost is maybe a little bit lower, and if FinCon wants to fund the other 3 from some other source, then so be it. I can't imagine an elementary principal or teachers or paras being outside during the brief mass breaks that we have or during recess and telling kids that they can't go play on the playground. Yes, you can go to the green areas and run around there and things like that, but those playgrounds are, for lack of a better way to say, they're infested with kids during recess time. And those kids, when the school releases, they're going to go right to the playground, right? So there's a reality that we have to face and a practicality we have to face as well. And so, from a town perspective, given that and given the restrictions that we're talking about here, I think it behooves us to find an answer in some way, shape, or form. So if we talk about that number, we're now so just rounded 35,000 from a school perspective and 17,000 give or take from a town perspective, even though we're only responsible for 1. This isn't on the agenda, but it was a topic of discussion. And Chuck, if you're interested or you're willing to consider it, I'd like to put a motion to show the finance committee where school committee's head is at in this perspective, right? And say, we as a school committee would support somehow, some way, finding money in the town budgets or school budgets to support the cleaning of these playgrounds appropriately, so that those kids can do the time on the playground. So the reality of the fact that they're going to be on the playground anyway is addressed appropriately and safely. And so we don't run into community spread accidentally, because when the kids are released from school or when they're there over, the afternoons, or they're there over the weekends or anything else, it's not being cleaned anyway, right? So if you're okay with that, Chuck, as chair, I haven't crafted anything yet, so I'd probably need Sean's help because he helps me clean these crafts up all the time. But I'd be interested in putting together a motion that demonstrated the school committee's position on this fact, if possible.
Oh, we can present that at the financial forum. Is that next week? The first one?
Financial forum, first one's the 23rd. So we have 2 weeks from now, which means the kids have been in school for a week and a half before that. Ideally, we're starting the cleaning before that. I know that's probably too short of notice considering school starts next Tuesday. But at least if the principals and whatnot and the teachers know and the families know we're fighting for it, we're working for it, then maybe there's a bit of respite to work down that path.
Yeah, so does someone want to make a motion?
So I'll start and then people can wordsmith if necessary. Motion to state that the school committee's position is that we would like to find funding to support the cleaning of playgrounds at our elementary and Rise preschool at a minimum, and would support the cleaning of the playgrounds at the other locations as well, if necessary, using some degree of school and town funds. That needs to be cleaned up.
Can we, maybe a friendly amendment to that is some degree of school grant funds and town funds. I'd like to see it come out of that 864 figure.
894.
894, yeah.
Well, I
But
guess to that end, the reason I did not put that in there, Chuck, I would accept it if Ms. Dowd says that there is that, but I think she had said she'd already kind of reserved
Yeah.
that money. So what would we be giving up if we say the grant money? And I'm specifically thinking about the money that FinCom had set aside, the 200 to 300,000 that we set aside back in June for
Yeah.
COVID-related things that maybe this could be used for, or something else. It's not our money yet, but that's the emergency fund that maybe they could help us with if the grant itself does not have any headroom left.
Okay. And I, withdraw that, and maybe we can just determine the source of funding after,
So, Tom, I'll second the motion, and yeah, I'll second the motion so we can discuss.
Okay.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes,
I have a question. Oh, sorry. Do you want to go ahead, Sean?
sure, if you don't mind. John, Doherty, a couple logistical questions. I want to play devil's advocate a little bit here, because I do support the notion that we should try to find a way to do this if it's possible. But a couple questions I have. One is, would we be hiring staff or like a third party to do this? Is this something we could? I guess hiring staff is a little more problematic for the reasons we've discussed, as opposed to, are you thinking, is that $4,000 figure, a third party to come in and do some auxiliary cleaning?
That's a third party.
Okay. All right. So that's easier to turn sort of on and off and do for a short period of time and that kind of thing. So that's good. Second thing, and this is where the devil's advocate piece comes in. Two things that I think about. One is, if we're going to have students playing on the playgrounds, that requires a level of supervision to keep kids 6 feet apart and not, stacking up on the slide and all those things that kids like to do on playgrounds. So that's another sort of operational logistical challenge that we're throwing at teachers for the brief recess periods. And then the other piece of that is, given that even if we ask teachers to do that and we sort of set that expectation, as a practical matter, kids on playgrounds are going to be much less likely to sort of sufficiently stay away from each other than they are in the classroom and the cafeteria and all these other environments that we're creating for them. I worry a little bit that we're going to have to think about, are there going to be parents who want to opt out their kids of playing on the playground because we can't really guarantee that they're sort of being sufficiently distanced there as they are in other settings throughout the school day.
And that's why I led with the first one and not the cleaning piece, because it's the first issue I'm very concerned about, is the supervision piece. And supervision is primarily done by paraeducators, which we have a lot of vacancies right now. And I just want to add that even if we start cleaning these, I don't even know if we have the staffing to be able to do the proper supervision if we start doing that. So these are all the things, and logistically, when would it get cleaned? So if you start doing recess at, say, 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, you've got 10 playgrounds you have to clean. You can't do it at the end of the day because there's going to be all these other people that are going to be on them after school. So there's a logistical issue involved with this too. It's not as clean as, which is why I think other districts have just decided we're shutting them down. Because we can't necessarily say that we're going to be able to keep kids, they're kids, 6 feet away from each other on the jungle gyms. Unless you limit the number of kids on the jungle gyms, and then you're right back to, because recess is only going to be so long.
Are you set for the moment, Sean?
I am. Yeah. Sorry to throw a wrench into the works, but I wanted to.
That's good. That's the discussion.
Was it Aaron or John Parks? I don't know.
Oh, I had not written raise. I just had said before Sean spoke that I had a question.
Will you let Aaron go, John?
Of course.
Thank you.
So I'm confused why we're talking about 10 playgrounds. Why would Memorial and Sturgis and Hunt be part of the school consideration?
Well, first, none of these playgrounds are under the school department's purview except for Rise.
Okay, so the assumption is if there's a cleaning plan for the school ones, then the others would have to be lumped in?
Yeah.
Okay. It just seems like we ought to be able to prioritize which ones are going to get the highest use, which is going to be the school ones. Per Sean's wrench, Some other things to counter that would be that half the kids are going to be there at a time than are normally going to be there. And, you know, maybe it's something where, you know, on this day, this class uses the playground, and tomorrow, like, the other class gets to use the playground. But I still think that's not a reason not to make it accessible for our kids, because I think recess is going to be more important than ever this year, given how restrictive things are going to be when students are going to be in person, when they're in person. But so I just wanted to throw that in.
Thank you. John?
I think the other thing we need to remember is this is New England. We don't know how long these playgrounds are going to be open due to cold weather. They could be closed November 1st, and it's not going to be that 16-week time frame. You get a negative 10-degree wind chill factor. You're not going to see the kids on the playgrounds. So that's something, you know, not a monkey wrench, but there's a cost savings there of weeks that it will be closed due to bad weather. Days, weeks, things like that. So something we also need to think about is, how is this cleaning company going to charge? If it's raining out, the kids can't go outside, are they still charging us to clean those apparatus? My guess is under contract, they probably would. And I do agree with Dr. Doherty on this, as far as keeping the kids distance and everything else. And Sean, we don't have the paras to open up school, and we're going to push a para to be out there on playground duty. If we have them, that's great, but right now we don't have them. So we've got to prioritize where we need to go. And I think it should be the hybrid model before we worry about getting those playgrounds open.
Thank you. Carla?
Yeah, I see Dr. Doherty kind of having a little bit of a heart attack as we're all here talking about it. And we are obviously taking a parent perspective from it. It would be a good thing to have principals, elementary school principals, weigh in on this to see what the reality of it would be. If it's something that they're comfortable with, and I'm lumping obviously you, Dr. Doherty, into this whole process, that, you know, if it's a funding issue, I think it's a no-brainer. If logistically we can figure it out, but I feel like we're a little bit out of our element here in terms of the logistics and how it's going to happen. And they may need a week in school to see how things are going and to see how mask time outside is going. You know, the kids may be so excited to be outside in the playground that they will stay distant. Who knows? But so that's just my take on it. We could go round and round, but I think it's something that if we get the heads up from the principals that, yeah, this would work, then it's something we could, if it's a funding issue, I feel like it's a no-brainer.
Tom, were you raising, or is that just the?
Yeah, I'm raising just to get my
So,
time in line, but go ahead if you want to do something, Chuck.
no, go ahead. If you raise.
So, I mean, I think this conversation is a great conversation to have. I mean, looking at all the different sides, trying to address it. John, you raised a great point. Parks, obviously, John Doherty raised plenty of great points, but with regards to what's our priority, right? Is it getting in, you know, hybrid and getting as many kids in school as possible sooner than later? I think that's definitely the priority. I think the way that, but what I would say to that, and what I would say to some of the other stuff here, is the way that I tried to craft that motion, and I'm happy to have it adjusted, is I don't want money to be the reason that it's not happening, right? And if logistics can't happen, if the principals can't make it work, and that's they own their building to a degree, right? And they can't make it work because of staff or anything else, then so be it. But from our perspective, we've provided the funding, or we've provided the ability to go find the funding to do it if they feel like it's something they want to do. So Carla, to your point, I agree. It would be great if we heard from the principals here in this regard, you know, and they may be like, this is crazy, right? Yes, it is ultimately an operations question, but it is also a funding question, and that's why I raised it, right? It is absolutely a funding question as it's been positioned to us. So there's the funding that we've talked about from a cleaning perspective, but the other side of the funding that we haven't talked about, if we were able to hire anybody, would be if we want to add a para per location or something that would have, playground duty. That's another potential side of the funding here that we haven't discussed, but if that's part of the equation, theoretically that could be part of the equation. I think, John, your other point was very good as well, is that we may not need cleaning for 16 or 15 weeks or 12 weeks, whatever it is. We may need it only for 6 weeks. In which case, it's not as much of a cost per se. These are our smallest kids. These are our most at-risk kids. These are the kids that we don't want to have come out of elementary school with anxiety. And how many times have we heard and seen from parents and studies that play is so important, right, at the elementary level. Getting the ability to blow off that steam and play. Now, yes, could they go run in the grass? Sure, but it's not the same. We all know that. The monkey bars are its own thing. The swings are their own thing. The thing that spins you around, you fall on your head. Yes, it's a liability issue, but it's its own thing. Everybody knows what I'm talking about at JE. We got rid of it, right? But that's such a huge portion of elementary, and if there's a way that we can find a way to do it, and if it's really just money, but operationally and logistically, if it can't happen, I'm not going to question that, right? Not at all questioning that. But if it's money that's stopping it, and our responsibility is finding money, then I think we should do what we can to advocate for that money.
So I think, I think to your point, it's been a good discussion, and, I think Dr. Doherty, heard us, and I think that, we've made it very loud and clear that money can't be the reason for this, and because we'll, find ways to help find ways to source funds, through the FinCom or elsewhere. But, I think we do need to hear back, what are the non-monetary issues, and if they can be overcome, our job is the money part of it. So I don't know whether
that's why I led.
Motion
That's why I led with the first issue and not the second issue, Chuck, was for that very reason.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about kids being kids than, I agree, the money piece to me isn't the primary driver here.
But if we had, again, I don't want to go back to Sean's wrench. If we had if we were back in full hybrid, and we were using the playgrounds, we would have had to have somebody out there anyway, right? I mean, we're not all of a sudden having to invent people to go out and watch the kids in the playgrounds. They would have been out there with their teacher or para-educator anyway. So what's different now? That I understand they're going to have to, keep a closer watch on them for social distancing, but they're already going to be out there anyway, right?
They'll be outside, but that doesn't mean they'd be using the playground equipment. Chuck,
No, the teacher or paraeducator.
Well, teachers, just so you know, teachers normally are not part of that. It's the paraeducators.
Right. So, all right.
Chuck, and I don't want to rush the discussion, but
I
we
know.
have some people here for athletics, and I'm still unclear if we have a time limit on teams. That's a whole nother. So I understand what the charge is in terms of what we need to do.
Tom, are you okay with that without a motion, or do you want to?
I still think we'd be better off, because there has been some interesting discussion, and people may say no. We'd be better off finishing the vote so that we know what we want to say to FinCom if we decide we need to find money. And it's not saying the vote, and that's why I focused it completely on money and nothing else, right?
Yeah.
It's not saying that there's been any sort of wrong decision or anything else from an operational perspective, just that we don't want money to get in the way. And we will work to find a way to get the money if we need to. That's all the vote. That's all the motion essentially is.
Yeah. So do you want to read what you said?
It requires me to have written it down this time.
Yeah.
When we have a bunch of comments now too, so we'll have to figure out how to link those in too. But
Tom, I'm typing something in the chat. If you give me just 1 second.
okay. I'm gonna try and catch up with some of these comments while you do that. And
Sure. So Tom, while you're looking at that, I can read this, I suppose. So motion to express the desire of the school committee to pursue funding for the cleaning of elementary and Rise playgrounds if they can be opened safely.
I'll accept that as the motion. But Chuck, before we vote, many of these comments are aligned to the playground issue, so we should review them appropriately.
Yeah. So so first of all, we got the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by John Park. So now we'll listen to comment and then we'll vote. So I think we've already heard a lot of comment from the committee, so we'll go right to the public comment.
So Chuck, go ahead, John.
Tom, can you publish those over so they're out of that queue just for the ones on the playground?
Yeah,
make
I was going to do that after I read them because I felt like if I published them, I'd lose them. If everybody's okay with that.
Yep.
Hi, everybody. I'm breaking protocol. I'm so sorry. My AD has been sitting here to ask about or respond to questions about the athletics program. Please let him, please. He's been sitting here for 3 hours. Can he please answer questions about athletics? That's all I ask. That's it. Thanks.
Oh, okay, Ms. Boynton, thank you. Chuck and everybody else, maybe we can table this for 10, 15 minutes to discuss the athletics. So Mr. Zaya can go, and then we can go back to the public comment on the topic and come back to the vote. So I motion to table the motion from until we complete the athletics discussion.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you
roll
so
call.
much. Tom has
Yeah,
just
we
been
gotta
sitting
vote.
here
We
since
have to
7.
vote.
He's been here since 7. I'm
All
sorry.
right, Kate, thank you. We have to vote. Aaron,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. I apologize, Tom. Tom Zaya.
No worries. Thank you, Chuck. I appreciate it.
So, John, did you want to give the presentation on that?
Yes, the memo that you have in your packet
Yeah.
is pretty self-explanatory. So the Middlesex League athletic directors and superintendents have been working pretty closely together on, once the final guidelines came out from the MIAA and DESE, we've been working pretty close together. I think we've had 2 meetings as a group to talk about what we could do for fall season and beyond. And so what you have in the memo is the Middlesex League decision, I guess you could say, on what fall is going to look like for the league. I don't want to read through the whole memo. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The 2 things that you'll need to vote on as a committee, one is to allow right now, because the high school is technically remote, to allow the high school students to participate in extracurricular activities and athletics for the fall season. And the second is, because the season is shortened, We are proposing a $75 change in the user fee from $325 to $250. Because now there are going to be 4 seasons, because there is now what's called Fall 2, even though it's in the winter. We would propose keeping the current cap structure, because essentially they would get the 4th season for free if they played all 4 seasons. So that's kind of like a Reader's Digest version of the memo. Tom, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
No, I think that memo pretty much covers everything. It's just, we're looking forward to getting some type of new normal going, getting our coaches and our advisors out with kids in a safe and effective way.
Thank you. Is there any, well, first of all, can we have a motion?
Sure. The motion is move to allow students who are currently remote to participate in the in-person athletic and extracurricular programs, and that the user fee for athletics be reduced by $75 from $325 to $250 per season due to the shortened season.
Second.
Okay, any questions for Carla?
Hi, Tom. I just wanted to make sure that when we're talking about participation in remote, if the students are remote learning, that they can participate. So if we go to hybrid, we're still talking about remote students as well, right? So
Yes.
I want to make sure that I feel really strongly, obviously, that all students, regardless if they're remote because everybody is remote or they're remote because they chose that option in hybrid, they should be allowed to participate in fall sports.
That
Or
is
any
correct.
sports.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is
Okay.
correct. That's what you're voting
Yeah.
to do. Yes.
I didn't want there to be a distinction between if we go to hybrid, what happens to those students. So
Thank you. Sean?
Yeah, I on the surface of it, I fully agree with Carla, and when it seems so obvious, I just want to ask the question: is there any downside? Is there any negative, any catch to allowing those students to participate that anybody on the call can see?
Not that I can see. I think that Desi just wanted school committee's approval if schools were remote is the way I understand that.
Right now, no, Sean. I mean, if we all had to go fully remote because there's a second wave, then we wouldn't be doing.
It's probably a moot point.
Sports anyway.
So, yeah, it's a moot point at that
Yeah.
point. Yep. Okay.
John?
So, Tom, this also includes band, chorus, drama as well, correct? Or is that
Yeah,
going to be
we're-
separate?
We're including that. I don't think you have to vote on that, but we felt it was important that you voted on that.
Okay, because we're looking at different guidelines as well. Desi's saying 10 foot for band and chorus. CDC says 23 feet because of the projections of voices and everything else in the spray. And I've seen actual chorus directors saying that they need true 23-foot guidelines. The other thing I worry about is these sports are not the sports we're used to seeing. We're looking at soccer with no corner kicks or throw-ins, no tackling, and no real challenge of a ball. So it's glorified keep away.
Yeah. So that part is true, and I think as athletic directors, when we said something is better than nothing.
Yeah,
I agree 100% with you. It's not soccer the way that we would like to play it, but I think it's better than nothing.
Do we know if all the parents got the changes in the guidelines that are going to change these sports so significantly before they were made to register?
We opened up our registration back before the regulations came out,
Yep.
just in case. All of our coaches do have those regulations. I've gone over them. I've gone over the regulations with them, and I'll continue to do that.
Okay.
I do know. I would say I'm fairly confident that the students know what the rule changes are. The day the MIA released the rules, I was getting emails before I even got the rule changes from many of our players.
Okay. And then the other thing, season starts in September. Roughly 10 weeks, no busing whatsoever. Correct?
Correct. Yep, correct.
So the parents are going to have to drive. Why are we only reducing the fees by $75 when those fees are normally covering majority of it is busing?
No, the majority of it's actually the stipends.
Is it stipends? Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Fair enough. That's it for me, Chuck.
and it's 8 weeks. We're calculating it's 8 weeks. Because they're not starting until the 21st.
Tom,
21st to the 21st.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Zaya, and thank you, Mrs. Boynton, for advocating for us to have this conversation, not dropping it completely. I wonder if the motion needs a little bit of wordsmithing to Carla's point before that while we are currently remote, and it says those who are currently remote, if and when we go back hybrid, there are still going to be some students who stay remote. And so I'm wondering if we need to just write, adjust the motion slightly to take that portion out and just say, move to allow students, whether remote or hybrid, to participate in athletics. And so I will move to change my own motion and hope somebody else will accept that to do that so that any student, whether they're remote or hybrid, and the reason I'm saying this is because if they're going remote, it's likely because of concerns about being in the school. They may have other issues from a health issue or something else, but external play in many cases, at least in the fall season and the spring season, is a different thing than internal being in a building the whole time. So I don't feel like those students and their parents should be penalized necessarily if and when we come back to hybrid. So with that said, I'm going to motion to change the motion, or I'm going to make an amendment to the motion to say, move to allow students who are participating either in a remote or hybrid model to participate in-person athletic and extracurricular programs, and that the user fee for athletics be reduced by $75 from $325 to $250 per season due to the shortened season.
Second.
any other
Amendment first?
question? I'm sorry?
We can just vote on the as amended, I guess. We can do that. And if that fails.
Yeah, we can vote. It's cleaner the way it's written now anyway, so. Any other questions?
No questions, but I thank you all for actually taking my recommendation and acknowledging that Tom was on the call for a long time and agreeing to move this forward in the agenda. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Kate, and we love Tom. He knows that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate your support as well.
Thank you.
Tom, you're amazing. Shout out. I love you. You're
Thanks.
amazing. Thank you so much, Tom.
Okay, seeing no further, Tom Wise, did you raise your hand or is that from before?
That's from before.
Okay, Aaron,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Nay.
Carla,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Thank you.
Motion to remove the playground motion from the table.
Second.
Okay, Aaron, we're
Sorry,
voting.
we're just voting on the agreement to talk about it again?
Correct.
Okay. Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Okay, so we were at the community Q&A.
Correct. So I will publish them now, and we can go through them. I can just publish them, and if anybody wants to read through them and pull anything out in particular, we can in the interest of time. So
Tom, I don't know how we're exactly doing this. The one that I would like to maybe just call attention to, if I could. There was a suggestion about parent volunteers, and I know we've gone away from parent volunteers this year, obviously, so we don't want more adults in the building. As Dr. Doherty, as you're kicking the tires with the principals on this, maybe that's something to throw out there, that if we could have parent volunteers strictly for kind of outside duty on this to provide some help, kind of reinforcing social distancing. I suspect we wouldn't have trouble finding that, and finding enough volunteers for that.
You're talking about for the supervision piece?
For the supervision piece on the playgrounds. Yep.
And it may be a liability issue.
Okay.
We can look into it, but possibly it's a liability issue.
If they're
So we see a question from Jeffrey Corum. Is that the first one that was about this? I was scrolling through.
It's the second, but it's the one that has a pointed question. Yes.
So would that be, Dr. Doherty, you can, and this may be for you. So my thought was that would be like I remember years back when the Birch Meadow teachers would bring the kids across, is that Birch Meadow Drive, over to the Birch Meadow Fields in the crosswalk there. Is that what that's probably what we have to do now with the modulars, right?
Yes, because right now it's a construction site. Yes.
And they'd have to go out the front door as opposed to the back or something along those lines?
No, they could go out the other door and go down the path.
So I think that's Jeffrey. So we take him over across the street.
Yeah, we could. Yep.
And then the other one from Jacqueline Lee. That's kind of what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, Chuck, I think the rest of these are kind of squarely in the discussion we've already had. I don't know if they require specific responses.
Yep. Okay, so I guess back to the motion. Dare I ask that you read it again?
Yeah.
I started to ask that. You were starting to when we had to go over to the Tom Zayas thing.
Yeah, so the motion as written in the chat, and I don't think we changed it, was motion to express the desire of the school committee to pursue funding for the cleaning of elementary and RISE playgrounds if they can be opened safely.
And there was a second.
There already was a second, yep.
Any other discussion? Aaron?
Aye.
Sean?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Carla?
Aye.
Tom?
Aye.
Chuck? Aye. Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your presentation, Dr. Doherty?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No, I mean, again, we said it earlier, but I mean, really thank all of everybody that presented and yourself as well. It's clear that, as I said, that when everybody's mentioned, I talked to this one or that one, it just really shows the teamwork and collaboration, and that's in these times that's critical. So thank you.
So public comment, and I had a couple more questions. That was just my first question.
Okay.
So I apologize, but
go ahead.
A couple of clarifications. Again, I think I've heard people asking me these questions, and I just wanted to put it out there, and I think I have the answer, but Dr. Doherty, maybe you can confirm or deny. One question I've been asked is if we're having a hard time hiring paras, is there anything we can do to raise the rate? And I think the answer to that question is it's a contractual issue from the union perspective, so we can't really, but I wanted to just make sure that was asked and answered.
That is correct. You'd have to reopen the contract and bargain.
Okay. The other question I had was a little bit more clarification on the cohort model for elementary as we, do the early phase in. You mentioned moving first grade in once we get staffing there. Are we now thinking of them still as first grade A and B, or are we thinking of first grade as A and maybe second grade becomes B, or something else along those lines as a result of this changed phase-in approach that would be grade level aligned?
No, they would still be two different cohorts, A and B.
Okay. And I think you answered all my other questions when other members asked questions, so thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And then the public comment, I'll release those as well.
Yes.
Some of these were answered already, but in order to do this a little bit more orderly, instead of working through them, I'll try and bring the ones up that I don't think have been answered. I will publish the ones that have been answered, but I'll bring the ones up that I don't think have been answered necessarily. So actually, this was actually one of my questions I missed before, but it was asked, when does the teacher need to let Dr. Doherty know that they are not going to return from their leave in order for him to post the position and have time to hire or train a new teacher? And I'll just add on to that. I thought I read in the MOA that we had to be notified by the 4th of September of any leave intentions.
They can still take a leave.
They can still take a leave.
Yeah, I mean, we put a deadline in there, but legally, we can't stop someone from notifying us later than that.
Okay.
And because, I mean, I'll give you an example. If a parent's child's schedule changes school-wise, or a childcare issue or something like that, they have to have the ability to be able to request a leave.
So that actually lines up to the next one from that same person. And her name we have answered in a previous question. Its last name is Zakin. And that was if the hybrid models don't align, essentially, it would seem they'd still need childcare. And essentially you just said yes, right? Or something would come up and they need to provide childcare.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, unfortunately, and I think I've said this in other meetings, every school district has a different hybrid model.
Yep. You've mentioned contingency plans already in terms of remote teaching as well as a contingency plan. You've addressed Ms. Dowd addressed the MER filters coming in mid-October. The technology update, we went through purchases of different things that were being purchased and the timelines of those coming in as well as we work through that stuff. So that publishes the whole Q&A for public comment, Chuck.
Thank you. So John, I think you told me this already. These questions become part of the record, right? Yeah.
That is correct. When because this is recorded, and so the link will also provide the live Q&A as well as the recording.
So when Tom's knocking them off, dismissing them, and they're still saved somewhere, right? So.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Anyone else?
Do we need to read? I think there was the one email that came in.
Yes.
Was it Linda Michelle?
Did you volunteer?
Yeah, I think I did, unfortunately. Okay, this is dated September 10th, 2020. Dear Dr. Doherty and School Committee, I'm writing this letter wearing many hats. I'm a resident of Reading for 21 years, parent of two teenagers attending RMHS, and an elementary school special educator at Woodend. In addition, I am on the RTA Executive Board and most recently a member of the last 4 bargaining teams. I also regularly watch school committee meetings, so I feel confident to say I am quite informed with what is happening within and around the town concerning the school department. I try extremely hard to be an informed resident, parent, and teacher. As a special education teacher, I am part of Cohort C. This means my colleagues and I will be among the first staff back in the building teaching students in person full-time. As part of that group, I would be remiss if I didn't express my disappointment with how things are being handled thus far. I feel disappointed that administration is failing the students and teachers with the in-person teaching model. I advocated for my students to come back into the building as they are in the high needs category and desperately need in-person instruction. I know that I, along with my colleagues, will go above and beyond our daily job description to make the in-person model a success and to keep all students safe. However, it has been a challenge since we started school on August 31st. We have had inconsistent and limited guidance from administration. It truly feels like we are building the plane by ourselves as special education teachers. We need what was promised to be put in place in order to get the plane off the ground come September 15th. Some of the biggest concerns are explained below. Administration, where are they? Working from the safety of their own homes? At this point, I need to digress and let you know that the principal, as well as teachers and paraprofessionals at Wood End, have been beyond supportive. Any positive momentum that has been created over the past 8 days has been due to the support and collaboration of our building principal and our in-person building-based team. However, I have yet to see the in-person support of the administration. Although we have seen some of them through a Zoom lens, we have yet to see a central office administrator at Wood End in person. Their support is vital to this plane flying. We need their support to advocate for the proper PPE for those of us working with high-need students. We need their support to allow us adequate time to complete schedules. We need their support to provide training and allow us time to access it. We need their support to ensure we have proper staffing. We need to know they are building this plane with us. Special education has a high turnover rate in a typical year. This year especially, we need them to support our new teachers. We are all new teachers this year. We need support. Scheduling time technology. Special education teachers are responsible for creating their own schedule, all their paraprofessional schedules, and all of their individual student schedules. This is a time-consuming process during a regular year, one that many of us usually start over the summer on our own free time. Given the many necessary changes occurring right now, it is taking at minimum double the time and effort to complete these schedules. Due to the exorbitant, can I make a suggestion here, as I'm only a third of the way through this? Can we put this in the Q&A and give, Dr. Doherty, Dr. Stice, Chris, whoever is appropriate, the opportunity to respond as they see fit?
Yes.
Can I just make a comment to that? I think we did respond this evening.
Well, I was going to say that when he was done reading, but
we need to get it into the record, so to speak. But so I'm happy to put it in the Q&A. But if there's nothing else that requires a response from your perspective,
no,
Dr.
I think
Doherty.
our presentations are our response.
Okay, let me.
Sean, I
will.
don't think they need to go in the Q&A because they'll go in the packet.
yeah.
Yeah, it'll go in the bucket.
Okay, all right. I knew it was a long one, but as I started to get into it, we're over the 3-minute limit, I think.
There are a couple others out there, and since this is the first time running the same thing, one in particular, I think we probably just need to answer. I think we have answered it before, but we probably should answer it. And that's from Walter Luter, and it says, understand there's a delay in the MERV 13 filter delivery. Is there an increase of risk to students and staff if these are not installed by Tuesday?
John or Gail,
Yeah, I can certainly answer that. I mean, we've had numerous conversations with staff about this. There is not a greater risk. It is a mitigation of different precautions that you're taking. It's not just one of these efforts. It's making sure both parties, everyone's wearing masks, making sure that you have the cleaning and disinfecting, you have the hand hygiene. We've got brand new filters. They're MERV 8s. They're a higher grade filter. They're in all of the rooms. They were put in literally 2 weeks ago. So it is a combination of all these efforts.
and this was discussed at length during the MOA discussions, and ultimately the e-board knew when we agreed to the MOA that they aren't coming in until when they're coming in. So
Yeah, just as a clarification, Walter is a paraeducator.
what was the other one, Tom?
The other one was around the kindergarten, the playground situation that we've already voted on. So I think it's sufficient that we've addressed it here in our conversations, and it can go in the packet. Unless anybody disagrees.
No. So I just want to real quick committee reports. Do we, Erin, did you have one? Any?
I mean, Dr. Stice really covered it in her report, but the CPAC committee had their first meeting of the year on Tuesday night. It was extremely well attended, and they are still looking for volunteers for the board for this year, or volunteers who want to support sort of a tier below board level, and they're calling those Friends of CPAC. And they will be meeting again in October with a date to be determined.
Thank you. Carla,
No report, thank you.
John Parks.
Yeah, FinCom report. I'm going to do part. Tom's going to do part. They had a reorg last night. Ed Ross is now chair. Dan Dewar is vice chair. Andrew McLaughlin, Gene Borowski, and Sean Jacobs are now the school committee liaisons. They did report a $500,000 decrease in cash due to interest rates, as well as new growth of $367,000.
Tom, did you want to continue with that?
To continue the financial form update, Bob also reported that there's a current forecast from the state that there's going to be a $1.1 million increase versus what we had forecasted, but he cautioned very heavily about what that could be used for because he wasn't confident about how it was being calculated in the first place, and it was reliant on a lot of federal aid. So that's one point there. They also scheduled they also put together the schedule for the financial forums, and this year, due to the COVID-related stuff, for the first time, we're going to have 3 of them, and they're going to be back to back to back over every 2 weeks over a 6-week period. Starting on the 23rd of September, that's the first one. In that meeting, the goal is to review the updated financial state of FY21. Town and hopefully, if we're able to, the schools as well, would be presenting some updated financial information. If we're not able to, we could potentially present at the beginning of the next meeting, which is 10/7. In that meeting, they're hoping to discuss, what, if anything, to do about that, which would include any funding or additional funding they want to ask for from town meeting or any use of the reserves that they've set aside. And then the third meeting would be 10/21, and they are going to vote on the suggested changes for town meeting and the warrant that goes in for town meeting, which is in November. In addition to that, I'll just add a little bit to Aaron's CPAC update as well. They're also looking for CPAC liaisons to each school. So in addition to the Friends of CPAC, they're looking for liaisons to help reach to the principals and the staff at each school to make sure that CPAC announcements get in newsletters and things along those lines. So if any parents out there are interested in that role, relatively low lift, but something that helps keep the momentum moving forward. So.
Sean?
No report.
So, one thing I'll report on, Tom and Gail and I, sorry, I'm losing my voice. Gail and I will be meeting next week to talk about the RFP for the consultant for the superintendent search. That is we have, I believe, 2 in, and we'll come back to the committee with what I'm thinking. We'll probably schedule a meeting that's different than, we'll not try and plug it in a meeting that's on a calendar, add an additional meeting to have them both come in and present. But that will be after Gail and Tom and I meet next week. So, Dr. Doherty.
Can I
Yeah.
make a suggestion?
Sure.
Given the late hour and the importance of the book discussion topic, I would recommend that the committee move it to the next meeting. Also, we'll give the committee a little bit more time to review the material. I think we want to make sure that we have a good conversation around the topic. So that would be, that's just a thought.
Is the committee all right with that, or?
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same thing, but not just because of the importance of the discussion, but also I'm aware of how hard our staff have been working, and I just don't want to keep them at the meeting any later.
Yeah. So we'll do that then. Before we adjourn again, first of all, I appreciate all the conversation amongst the committee on all the various things. I thought it was a good dialogue all around on a lot of things. And also would like to thank again, to Aaron's point, we've had staff here at 11 o'clock, and I know a lot of time went into all of those reports, and including Dr. Doherty and Tom Zaya and Kate. I apologize for them hanging around for that. So I thought it was a good evening, and hopefully the community appreciates the amount of work that went into the update for what is not an optimal situation next week. So, but appreciate it. So thank you. Anyone else have anything or a motion?
Before we do the motion to adjourn, just to follow procedure, I guess, motion to table the book discussion to the next meeting.
Second.
Aaron,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Thank you, Tom.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Aaron,
Aye.
Carla,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Sean,
Aye.
Tom,
Aye.
Chuck, aye. Thank you, everyone, and thanks to our tech guys as well. So,
Thank you.
good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Good
Good
night.
night, everyone. Thank
Thanks, all.
you.